our presentation, our welcome to visitors and residents, and for at least 30 plus the landscaping budget. If we wanted to put additional money in, this to me is of priority. I think particularly for Kaiapoi. I know Rangiora has done quite a good job over the years, and I don't know that there's certainly an argument here that we accelerate and deal to the entrances, particularly to the district and Kaiapoi. So I would urge that you do support this, and the strategy that was a long time in the making clearly needs review now, and it actually needs money and resource put to it, in my view.
Thank you.
So I encourage you to
just a question of our finance staff. What would that add to their budget, please?
First question I would ask is the policy on the fly, because I've heard three figures there, one for 15, one for 30, and one for
Well, no, I clarified it at 30,000. I did.
yeah,
With council duty.
Normally we ask for a staff report when there's an indecision, and just be careful with that one. So 730,000 is 1%, so 30,000 would be.
So well, I've allowed the amendment because it's with an order. It's up to members to decide whether it's appropriate or not. The other way of dealing with it is to call for a staff report, as has been suggested. Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine's a question, because I'm a little confused now, because what Councillor Stewart has asked for is, in my view, a maintenance budget. What Councillor Doody is asking for is a budget to put into the increase of doing entrance signs.
For the district.
I'm confused now what we're looking at, because if it is a maintenance budget, then this is the wrong area to be putting $30,000 in for that. If it's actually to produce signs, then that's an increase of 30,000 and so on. And I think I take on board what Jeff's saying about.
Can I just clarify, please? Can you read back what the recommendation? Sorry, what the
for $30,000 per annum for town entrance budgets across the district.
Yeah. I can probably provide a little bit of clarity to Mr. Atkinson. The two reserves which Councillor Stewart were referring to need capital investment. The lake, which is referred to, has capital investment identified in the long-term plan already. The other one is actually referred to in the next submission that we're going to get to on the next page. But it is capital investment as opposed to maintenance. The lack of maintenance is in those areas. Well, there's never been any maintenance in those areas, so it isn't just a maintenance budget; it's capital budget. And yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I've confused my two questions, and one was exactly that, around capital, but is there any further maintenance budget for both those two areas? Because we waste time spending capital money if you've got no, going forward, maintenance to look after it.
Yes, there is within the long-term plan budget at the moment. No, just for the lake area, which has got capital funding in it, because there is no capital funding in the long-term plan for the area across the road from Hellers at the moment.
And I understood you said that there was no capital funding in there for town entrance signage.
There is no budget at the moment for town entrance enhancement, and the strategy which was provided identified an amount of 50 as being a relevant amount for each year to work through what was identified.
30's on the table at the present time. Councillor Barnett, I'm not going to get into a Dutch auction about it either.
No, we're not.
So I'm just saying, I'm clear. We're all clear what it's for. Whether it succeeds or not is a matter for debate. Well, not only debate but vote shortly. Yep.
While I have some sympathy for the intention of the amendment, I'm not going to vote for it. And the reason is that I think we need a wider investigation, actually. I think the reasons for that come into number 48 with the officer, on page 48 with the officer recommendations, where it talks in the difference between the boards and what funding they have available and what funding they've spent. And I think this area needs a complete review. Oxford Ahoka struggles to provide any extra funding except for small landscaping, and we may need to look at that completely separately. I know that Woodend doesn't have a proper entrance sign. It's on State Highway 1. It has a Lions Club one. But, you know, there's a lot more work to be done on this, and that's why we need a report. It may be that we need some more some actual capital investment in later years. But I think we've lost sight of the original plan. We need to revisit it. We need to review how fair it is to allow wards that have smaller populations and large areas particularly, whether they can fund it. Kaiapoi's pumped a lot of money from their fund into earthquake regeneration, so therefore they haven't had the money to spend on the entrance signs. It's been a lower priority. So I actually think it's something we need to just review as a whole council. We do need some way of saying that welcome to our town, and Kaiapoi to me and Woodend and some of the areas in the outer district do need some looking at. Cuss has a lovely entrance sign, but that was from a project that was done individually at a Cuss Vision Cafe. I'd like to see the holistic picture, and I'd like to see how much it would cost before we move any other funds.
Okay, Councillor Redmond. Oh, sorry, Councillor Williams first. Okay, that's fine. You can signal that. Yep. But can I just get the question first from Councillor Williams? Is it a question, or are you speaking to it? Yep. Oh, well, hold on. I better take the amendment first. So, yep. You said.
I'd like to move an amendment that we request, we'll ask for a report, to come forward with a review of the entranceways, including maintenance follow-up on these areas with a maintenance budget on the capital that was spent.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Williams. Okay, so speak to your amendment.
Well, I don't think I need to speak to it. I think Councillor Barnett's actually, had she moved what she was talking about, I think we'd have and I think that explained it well. I think we do need a review.
Look, one speaker at a time, please. Thank you.
We do need a review, and we do need the report to come back, because Jeff's absolutely right. I mean, normally we would get a report on these things before we just add money in, and I think that is the proper way to go about it.
Okay, speak to your...
Yeah, I was originally going to sort of, my original thoughts was on this line what Councillor Barnett was saying. I know the Rangiora Community Board, we've been quite frugal on our budget, saving money towards the entranceways. And so, you know, the report from Fairness for all the community boards is the way to go.
Councillor Redmond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to support the amendment. I was going to oppose the earlier amendment. The thing that occurs to me is the entrance way is more than a sign. It is the whole area, as I think Councillor Stewart mentioned, and I am aware that the Esplanade area opposite Hellers, which is really a disgrace, was previously maintained by an adjoining landowner at no cost to the council, as far as I'm aware. I also think that it's really up to the community boards, I think, to choose and be involved in the process. I don't really think it's for us at the LTP to suddenly be introducing rules for entranceways. So anyhow, I'm happy to support a report, and we'll be voting in favour.
Yep, so Councillor Blackie.
Ditto, I'll support the amendment. 30k throwing into this pool is peanuts. It wouldn't achieve anything. I recall when that strategy first came up, there's something like 15 entranceways to our various towns and villages and in the area too. For instance, Kaiapoi hasn't got 2 entrances, it's got 4. So we need to go back and reassess the whole thing.
Okay, Councillor Mealings.
Just in addition to comments already made, in this report, it says, or rather, in the officer's recommendations, it talks about money that's been allocated and money that's been spent. And it also points out that the Oxford Ahoka Community Board haven't allocated any yet because they do have that smaller landscaping fund. And so I very much support the amendment in a whole review of this. We have a strategy right now with no funding and behind it, which is, well, frankly, quite useless. So we need to get onto that and have a better look at it.
Yeah, and I'm also going to support the amendment. It makes sense to have a complete look at it, including our discretionary budget conversation that we had before. It should be holistic. At the moment, it has been over the years a bit piecemeal in how it's been considered. There was a good policy some years ago. We were setting aside, from memory, around 50,000 per annum, and progressively we were then able to upgrade signage, so we dealt with town signage entrances and Cust and other locations. Colleagues are quite welcome to put forward amendments through this. There's nothing wrong in what's been proposed here at all, but would it be more prudent to call for a report? Yes, but there's nothing stopping anyone from putting an amendment. I just want to make that clear, and I'll entertain that as we go through, because we have submission points, and as long as there's a submission point linked to it, there's no problem in doing so. Further speakers to the amendment? Well, can we just okay, well, you can vote for the amendment. How's that? Because otherwise I'm going to get into a mess. Yep. Hold on. Not normally, no. All right. Yeah, I'm going to put the. Do you wish to speak to the amendment, either of you? No. I'm going to put the amendment. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary. Declare that carried. So the amendment becomes the motion. I don't think we need to speak further about it unless people. You can speak to the main motion again if you wish, Councillor. Briefly.
I hadn't actually spoken to the main motion,
very
but
briefly.
Well, it is briefly, but it's actually important because we're just asking for another report, and our staff are under an incredible amount of pressure. So I'd like to see come back to us some timelines around, some realistic timelines around what we're asking for, because I'm very aware of pressures on our staff right at the moment. So if we could get maybe the timeline first of when we can expect that, so we don't have huge high expectations of our staff getting that report back.
It's a very fair comment. Any further speakers? Right of reply if you wish. Councillor Doody? No? You don't have to?
No, well, I will do. When I originally chose this to put out 30,000 in, it was to keep it simple. It's in there, keep it simple. Communities that wanted to apply for it had the right to put their name forward to do something for their community, and that's really that was why I keep it simplistic.
I'm not going to have any further debate. There's no further debate.
It's a procedural matter they need
What's
to
that?
raise. We should have voted or withdrawn the first amendment before we went to the second amendment. We can't do this.
It's entirely appropriate.
It's against
well,
standing orders. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't look. I'm going to rule it's fine. So can we now? It's become the motion. So all those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, I declare that carried. You're against? Okay. So Councillor Doody is against that. All right. Moving forward, page 49. Page 50. So just on this here, 51, this is... Can you just give me a second? Sorry. So just to be clear, page 51 has the 17,000s included in the white sheet that Jeff gave us this morning. Is that correct? That's what I've seen here. Yes.
I would just like to, I'm really happy and for them to get their barbecue, but in their submission we did recommend that maybe they had $10,000 for a pagoda and $2,500 for a table, and we did suggest that they maybe approach their local Lions or the men's shed to see if they could put those together for them.
So your question is?
My question is that possible? Have they approached that sort of taken that approach to see if they can get that funding elsewhere?
Just check the staff first, and then if that's not adequate, then you can answer, Councillor Doody. Yes.
The group has already raised $17,000 of their own towards the barbecue, which is what's being requested additional funding for that. So they've done a huge amount of work over the years. Firstly, to fund the cottage, which was done a number of years ago, and raised $17,000 here at the moment. With those other assets that you've identified, we'd be happy to continue to work with them on external funding for that. But it's only the barbecue which they've requested funding for specifically here.
Okay. Any further questions? You happy with that did you want to add something? Because you're on the advisory group, Councillor Doody.
They, just to clarify, they have spoken with the Lions and they are going to be working with them. Are they going to be doing a lot of work themselves as well?
Okay. So is there any one against what's recommended there? Okay, we're moving forward. So Kaiapoi River Rehabilitation. It's page 51. I need to step aside from this because it's Kaiapoi Art Expo, page 52. That's all right. Someone just let me know when it's when you've made a decision.
Yep. Okay, 52, particularly 1.2, 1.273.
Just a question, sorry. As this is event funding, doesn't it fall under Simon's team? Doesn't it fall under the events and promotion rather than under green space?
It was part of a wider submission which was received by the Kaiapoi Community Board, so it's just been included.
It's just been put into here because it seemed a bit
included
funny
in
it being under your budget because it's not
sometimes
actually your
there's
budget.
a large amount of individual submission points, so we do talk to each other regarding the submission responses. I would also note that we've put declines a request for $60,000. They've just requested some funding, not necessarily the full 60, but the principle which we've identified in our reasons still remains the same in terms of grant funding for events like this. So the words could be changed to declines the request for funding as opposed to the $60,000 specifically.
So,
Yeah, I think we need to do that, Chris, because they didn't ask for $60,000.
No, they never did.
No.
Mr. Chair, just also, my understanding of the submission is all they were asking was instead of getting 500 from each of the boards,
Correct.
to get one grant from the council. So I'd prefer to move an amendment in that direction that they get 2,000 from the
I'll accept the
council.
amendment. What's the any
So-
further questions?
So
To include
a grant of $2,000 to the Kaiapoi Art Expo, reducing the 500 grants from the community boards.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
So the four community boards.
Seconded, Councillor Blackie.
Yeah, so it's a straight swap. There's no rates impact whatsoever.
Right, Councillor.
Yeah, just speaking to that, on the Rangirashi Community Board, it has been noted by some of the boards and the board chairs have discussed this, that it seems silly that they have to write 4 grant applications and come to 4 different boards when it's a district event that benefits the whole district, and every time the boards have accepted that $500 grant. At this stage, I think it would be much more sense that we put it into this year's annual plan. I'm not recommending putting it in annually. I'm thinking that's something we will need to discuss at each point, but I think for this financial year we should put it in as a 2,000, as it is the request of the community boards that it would simplify the administration of this grant.
Thank you. Councillor Blackie. You seconded nothing. Councillor Doody.
Thank you. I think this is a very good thing to do because I just find with the Oxford Ahoka Community Board, our funds never reach the end of their potential at all because they're always gobbled up and assisting, and that extra $500 would go well in our community.
Councillor Doody, my understanding of the amendment that has been moved, that it reduces.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It reduces the grants going to the boards.
It comes out of each individual fund,
It stops the application.
so we don't need
Yes.
to okay.
Yes. Is everyone aware of the amendment that's put forward? That it is to reduce the boards by 500 to make up this grant. Okay? So, all right.
So discretion.
Councillor Williams.
Question. That's been answered.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Any further debate? I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Doody was against. Carried. Thank you. Right, we better get the mayor, or shall we just carry on?
Hey? Righto. You've done the whole lot? Oh, excellent. Yeah, great. I love that efficiency. Righto.
So you want the budgets reduced?
The other budget's reduced
And a separate budget line put into the grants?
and if we can just call that the board's contribution towards this event as opposed to council's, to avoid us setting a precedent in terms of event funding from council, it would be good if this was still the board's contribution as opposed to council.
Yes, we need to add to that too. Sorry, that we notify the boards, because we haven't done that in there. So we need to notify.
Yeah, because the reason for that is
Can I just step that one? I just don't want to be
no,
involved.
it's been approved. We're just clarifying.
Okay.
So the reason I asked is because the board is a separate rate account. So you want the rate still the same as if it included it, but it's funding it as a bulk amount. Yeah, fine, that's okay.
Okay. Right, so 54. 50, 55. Chris, I had some questions here, or just wondered if some suggestions with Cooper's Creek for Mr. Jason Smith's submission. I actually went out on Saturday with a group of neighbours to have a look at this location, and what's occurring out here is you've got people defecating everywhere and not using the toilets. Even the new dock one is still not being used. So I wondered whether it might be appropriate that there is some work and by way of a report to the community board on options, including at council and community board, including the car park out there. And you just need to work that through with your work stream. But it's being highly used this area, and I think if we could call for a report, it would be helpful to understand broadly what's happening out there.
Yeah, we're happy to do that. We'll have to undertake some community consultation with those people who are next door, because there is some difference in opinion in regards to the development, that from some community members who don't want to see more development, which may bring more people, and others who want to see the mess tidied up at the moment. And we'll also have to have further conversations with the Department of Conservation, who would love to see it tidied up. However,
who pays will be the issue.
Don't want a significant. I do note that round 4 of the Tourism Infrastructure Fund was put back up for application, so that might help.
Well, I just think it needs a bit more. So if we could do that, that would be really good. Does anyone disagree with us calling for a report on that? It's really good to, by the way, really good to see it being really well used, the ride falls and that out there. It's a really beautiful area. Councillor Doody?
Yeah, I do wonder perhaps if a little bit more signage to encourage people to go and use the creek space.
Yes. We'll pass a bylaw for common sense. Would have thought it's fairly obvious, but never mind. Righto. We're now on to 56, which is the public trust, and that's being recommended within the white pages as well, isn't it, of $10,000 per annum. Is that correct, Chris?
Yeah, they've requested 25 per annum. I've put a seed funding amount of $10,000 per year. $10,000 will be helpful. $25,000 is probably more realistic if you actually want to build something. I'm sure everyone here will know how expensive it is to build public art in a public place. However, based on the fact that the council didn't allocate any money originally, I thought $10,000 was going to be a more palatable figure. I will note that the group, YPAT, they have actually, they're very professional, and they have done a huge amount of work in setting up themselves as a charitable trust, creating a bank account, talking to other similar organisations around the country, and I believe that they will be extremely successful because of the people on it and the energy that they do have.
Yeah. The other is, don't we provide some administrative support as well?
So we do $5,000 at the moment, which is we give secretarial support, and then we have funding towards the auditing of their accounts.
And my understanding is they've also received an indication of a $25,000 donation towards a piece of public art. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone opposed with that direction? Okay, so, sure, yep.
We picked the wrong year to set this thing up.
Yeah. But I think that's a really positive way forward, so thank you. All right, so 57. So I understand, if I'm correct as well, that the white pages pick up the Mandeville Sports Club is 10,000 added here. Is that correct? And there's a well infrastructure of
Yeah, I
I
believe
see
it's
28,000 somewhere. So
it's 20. Yeah, 28 is on your little white piece of paper that Jeff has provided.
Well,
but
there's
there's
two.
also there's $10,000 identified, and then there's also the 28. The 28 is for the variable speed pump, which is a piece of infrastructure. Sorry, variable speed drive. Probably best ask Jerry when he comes in what that is and what it does.
So is that one off?
But that is a one-off piece of kit that we need to put in to stop sand getting into the bottom of that well.
Yep.
You'll all, for those who are around, understand how difficult it was to get that well in the first place, and we need to do that to actually protect that. The rest of it is for some money towards, I believe, the bike track around the perimeter. And we've identified that we've also got existing budget that we can use to help them with a bit of large tree removal stuff in there as well. They've already done a little bit of that walking and biking track around the perimeter, and people are using it at the moment. It's part of the implementation of their concept plan that was created about 8 years ago.
So if we're adding 10, then there was an additional page that came out, wasn't there? So in that wording, it talks of second paragraph on the bottom, 5,000 per year for the next 3 years. So it's 10,000. Is that right?
It should be 15.
So you just change that wording.
Yep.
Also talks of words like austerity measures. I would personally prefer that that's not in there. So we don't use that terminology. And maybe in the response to the submitter, where it says at the top, council continues something along that greatly values the work and partnership we have, because that's really what we have with Mandeville Sports Club. So you just pick up that. Any other? No? Everyone happy with that? It's wrong. It's 10, isn't it?
No, it's 5. It's 15 all up.
It's 15 all up. So this bit of paper here, which was provided by Jeff, identifies at the bottom it's 10. That needs to be changed to 15 to align with the recommendations.
So what is the 15 for? It's the pump track.
Bike track.
15, 3 years. And is that for? So what is the other 5 for?
So sorry, it's 5,000 per year. So what's reflected in the sheet is only 5,000 for 2 years. So what we're saying is 5,000 for every year of the LTP. So it should be 15.
Oh well, 21, 22 then is 5. Change that, and then the staff will, finance staff would adjust the years. That's right. So it should only be 5 on there. Yep. Yes. Not 10. Yep. It's 15 over the 3-year period. Understand? Right. On the right. No. Good clarity. All right. Okay. Everyone happy with that? Okay. So, Ice North Canterbury Gym Sports. So I have a question here. I wondered. Chris knows what my question's going to be because I've already raised it with him around potential of us council purchasing that building, and or providing a loan for them, because they're in a bit of a situation, a stick here. If it's not sold, then it holds up some other funding with the sports trust, and really if it's in and out, so that they can, it appears from what they presented to us that they can afford to manage a loan. If they can do that, then it's not really an impost on the council as such. I just welcome your reflection on that and how we might deal with that matter.
So at the moment we're doing some investigation on the building. The building's not up to 67% of the building code at the moment, and we need to understand what that percentage actually is and what it would cost to get it up to code. The building was being sold was being offered to ice trampolining at a reduced rate. The trust, as you'll know, committed $1 million towards the fit out of the stadium, and they were going to use the sale of Edward Street to fund to fund that for council. If the council was to look to purchase this building, ice trampolining do run a very commercial model. They're currently charged, I believe, around $60,000 to use that building at the moment. So they would, if we bought the building, depending on the additional cost to get it up to code, they would be able to pay all of the holding costs of that building, so the interest on the loan and some capital for that building. So it wouldn't cost council anything necessarily. If there is a delay, of course, in the trust being able to give us that $1 million, we don't have that $1 million in the budget at the moment, so there'd be an overspend of $1 million in that budget. So that would have to be factored in as well. So at the moment, I need to wait for that information to come back from Babbage, who are the consultant doing the assessment, and then I'd be happy to come back to the council with a report which identifies potential purchase cost of the building, what it would cost to get it up to standard, what the interest and capital payments over time on any loan from the council would be, etc.
So when would you be able to bring a report back to us on that?
Well, time is of the essence. It needs to be before we pay the final bill to Lees to try and avoid us having to loan fund an additional $1 million that we hadn't anticipated. So,
do you think it's possible to do that within the next month?
I'm hoping so.
Okay, Councillor Atkinson.
I just wonder. I mean, they said that if they'd secured the deposit. As loan funding for the deposit, they could finance the rest, and the banks have given them that indication. And the reason that I make that statement, or reiterate that statement they gave, is that we're talking about 67% of code under our policy. Their policy will be, well, I don't know their policy personally, but the actual is 34% of code. If we were to loan fund the policy, does that put us in the situation, just because we've lent them the money to get the building, does that put us in the situation where we have to get it to 67? Because I couldn't see how it would. That would allow them to carry on at 34% code and get going and carry on doing what they're doing, is my understanding, but I stand to be corrected.
Yeah, they, yes, that is an option. We could loan fund them the money that the bank, sorry. So sorry. At the moment, the bank was going to lend them 65% of the purchase price of the building, and then they were looking to us to either grant fund or loan fund the rest of that. If the building, the bank is now aware of the fact that the building's not up to code, and have said they won't give them the 65%. So we would have to loan fund them the whole lot, and then they would, because they can't get the money from the bank anymore, no one will loan them any money based on a building being below code. So we would have to... So
is that... Sorry.
The building is below code.
We don't know.
So
I'm not sure.
So the bank has said they won't loan it unless it is up to 67%. So that's the bank's rules.
So look, is anyone opposed to staff preparing a report to us to come up to us with options? Because to be honest, it's a bit of a pickle, this situation, and there's a lot relying on it. We've got the chair of the trust chasing me for a response about what our response might be, because he's got a trust meeting on Thursday, and they're really nervous because they don't want to let us down in the commitments they've given. So I think a report on this as soon as possible would be the right way forward. Is anyone opposed to that? Okay. Should we just move on? Okay. Did you want to add something, Councillor?
I just wanted to say that the North Canterbury Sport and Rec Trust could have sold this building, but because it's a trampoline and it's the only area that these kids can use as a complete trampolining thing, that's why we've ended up in this situation, and it is for the benefit of the kids.
Yeah, no. Let's get the report as soon as Chris is able to, and then we can make a call. We'll leave you to do your response to the chair of the trust for Thursday, Chris, in the interim. It gives an indication that we're open to that suggestion, though. I take that's the view here. No one opposed to... Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, so we're at page 60, Southbrook. Chris, it'd be good if you could follow up. Just raise any questions or clarity you've had around the insurance, if you could, at this point. Might just.
I'll give it to Grant. My voice is disappearing.
Yeah. Yeah, so just on the insurance for Southbrook, so we've been looking into, we've been working with Peter Freeman from the club there to have a look at what it is exactly that they're currently paying in terms of their annual insurance. So they were paying around about $15,000 a year, and they also had another $11,000 option on the table if they wanted to cover seismic concerns. So they haven't actually gone with that; they're just covered under base insurance at this point in time. If we were to bring that under ourselves, we're looking at around about an overall premium of just over $7,000, plus a fire and emergency levy of around about just under $4,000 as well. We're not sure that that covers all earthquakes. It has stated that it covers perils such as fire, flood, and natural disasters. We assume that that would cover earthquakes, but there's a little bit more that we'll have to do around that. So in essence, it would be marginally cheaper for us to cover that for them. We're talking around about a saving of probably about $4,000 per annum on their insurance. It's also worth noting as well that we've started with the feasibility study there, so you'll recall that we got some co-funding from Sport Canterbury. So we've actually got a catch-up meeting tomorrow with Southbrook and the consultants to kind of talk through that as well. So that's currently underway too. So the expectation is that will lead us to a bit of a clearer path for what that club can do in the future, and actually have a look at what they might be able to do with their building in terms of, I guess, generating some revenue or having a look at what the future of that building might be. So yeah, it would be cheaper for us to cover their insurance under our provider.
Which means that we should reduce the. We've supported the $26,000 at the moment. Based on the information we have today, we should not support the full 26, but reduce that by $4,000.
So when the earthquake amount's not clear yet, though, is it?
I've had confirmation that they weren't covering that anyway, but it would cover it if the building completely fell over. They'd get a new building, but if the building didn't fall over and it was bent, then it probably wouldn't cover that. But this is all just sort of hot off the press. I'm getting emails from Sarah as I'm sitting here, so we still need to do some additional work. So the recommendation might want to be a little bit flexible and say support approves up to a certain amount and leave it with us to finalise the details of that insurance agreement.
So what is in our budget sheets here is the 26K included?
The 26 is already included.
So up to... Do you need us to resolve that, or is
you could say up? You could just say up to $26,000 as it's in there now, and we'll make sure we reduce that.
Is there a view otherwise? So why don't we just change the wording of up to? I don't think we need to amend that. I think that's everyone happy with that. Okay. All right. So sure. Sorry. Question. Yeah.
Do we know what the current earthquake code standard on that building is?
No, sorry.
Okay, so we'll just keep moving. So we're at page, we're going to break at 1 o'clock. We're at page 60, then 61, 62. Just wonder whether this one here, this Surf Life Saving Club there, so we're looking to facilitate discussions with other clubs in the area. Maybe could we add something along the lines as well as help with a funding plan with discretionary funders and utilise the skills of our community team to help this group? Is that possible? Chris, is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Okay, if we're happy to add that wording. Anyone opposed to that? Councillor Ward, do you want to say something?
Very much appreciate if when we respond to them that we give them some guidance for who they can communicate with. They're totally focused on raising the funds themselves, but they will need help and assistance from the community and recreation or whoever in council to assist them along the way and some guidance.
Okay. 63, which is the Ashley Rugby Football Club. Yep. Question? Yep.
Well, it's not, it's a question. It's it was
Well,
brought
do
up about the community board with that there, and the actually Loban Domain Advisory Board knew nothing about this. So the football club should be really working with the advisory board if they're wanting to be upgrading it when the actual community that administer this building didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I don't
that's
know whether.
There's been talk for a number of years to look at a new facility on the lower area, which would be improved facilities for them. The advisory group are absolutely aware of that a couple of years ago. People do change. But it was being led by the rugby club more so than the advisory group. I don't think it necessarily changes the recommendations in here. We're going to look at that funding we've got for replacement and work with the advisory group and those affiliated to the advisory group, which include the rugby club, on anything that we do.
okay. So 63, which is Arana Wildlife Park. Waimakere United Football Club. Done a really good job, that club. So if we could just perhaps just make sure our response positively reflects where they're at, because I was really impressed with their presentation. About the rest of you, Councillor Ward, yep.
I was really impressed with them too, and they're doing a wonderful job for the youth of our district. And I just wondered whether there's, similar to the ATC, whether there's another classroom. You know, in Rangiora, they're up at Marie, their building is falling down. Whether something like a classroom relocated just in the interim to give them something stable to operate from until some funds can be raised.
Yeah. They're actually going to have use of the community sport house across the road at the stadium. Plus, we're currently working with the club as well around the renewal of the. They currently have a building at Maria Andrews which they've cited as no longer as fit for purpose, but they also don't need the classroom style thing there that they've actually talked about. So that building is going, and instead there's toilets and storage going back on site. So we've been working very, very closely with them.
Councillor Bryan.
Are they still utilising the AMP grounds?
Not particularly, and this is, I guess that's been part of the questioning that we've had with them as well, because we currently lease that specifically for them to utilise and also for the high school. With the Dudley Lights now being operative, we're actually seeing quite a few of their teams going down there and utilising that instead. So it's actually been a really good investment by council because we've diverted use there, and I guess that raises a question on who might use AMP in the future.
Okay. And it costs about 40 grand a year.
I think if you could build that into the answer to the question of Councillor Ward's around the community sport house across the road, it just builds the narrative of what we've been doing there, would be helpful. Okay, Councillor Debbie?
Just carrying on with that question, with the money that you're paying across to the showgrounds, are we spending money that we don't need to now?
We're talking with the clubs who've traditionally used that. So ideally, originally it had been Waimakere United Football Club that have been using it, and also the high school. We're going to be talking with them over this coming winter around whether or not they end up utilising that at all. If they don't, we'd certainly be reporting back to council to state that there may no longer need to be a lease paid for here.
We also do have lease obligations in terms of the time frame of that lease as well. So while there's exit clauses, we've got some sort of obligation there, but we'll come back to council.
Okay, so the next one's the KPA re-advertising, page 65 and 66. Okay, I think we'll call a pause there. Let's break for half an hour for lunch, and we'll come back. I think we've pretty much dealt with West Eaton Small Ball Rifle Club anyway, but we're making good progress. Okay, I am very happy. Are we all happy? Excellent. Okay, let's break for lunch. I understand it's down the green room, Emma, isn't it? I think from... Yes, okay. All right, we're back here at 1:30. minute. And then we're starting. Oh well, it's always one. It's a miracle. Yeah, that's right. He's gone to find his car but found it incinerated. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm giving him to 1:30. Yeah, that's right. Is that caused by your car or? Yeah, it's on the hazard. Philip Redmond's car's on the hazards register officially. All right. Okay. Page 66. See you, Courtney. Thank you. 67. Yes. We are.
In terms of the recommendation, I think it would be appropriate. I think it would be appropriate. There are two options. In fact, there are four options. But option 2, I think the funding should go through our Heritage, Biodiversity and Ecological Fund, but we could add to it and increase funding to the Heritage Fund to cover this grant, rather than make a grant direct to PLC.
You so can I just hold a second. So you're suggesting that that be the wording?
Correct.
Okay, so that's your. Yeah, sure. Before the, can we just hold that?
Yep.
Questions. Sorry, Councillor Stewart actually had her head up first. Sorry. Yeah, Councillor. I assume it's a question, Councillor.
Yes, it is. Could staff clarify exactly what is in the Heritage, Biodiversity and Ecological Fund? Because my understanding at this moment is that we were proposing to split it into an ecological fund and a heritage structures fund. We haven't yet done that, and in fact the fund is still combined and it has $84,000 in it. Can staff actually comment on that?
Yeah, so we've taken reports on that through, I think, both Land and Water, and forgive me if I'm incorrect, I think it either went to Council or Community and Recreation. Fundamentally, those two will be split as of the 1st of July this year. So there will be an Ecological and Biodiversity Fund, and then there will be which will be administered by Greenspace. There will be a Heritage Fund which will be administered by the Planning Department, so that'll still stay with Matthew Bacon's team. As far as the quantum of what they've put into their fund, I couldn't. Yep, so there's a 42 carried over. The Biodiversity Fund.
So,
no.
So I guess the question of Councillor Stewart's was how much is actually sitting in that fund
So
that's available for heritage buildings?
Well, there's 84 in the current fund, but the proposal is to split what's currently in the fund as of the 1st of July. So there'd be 42 available in each of the funds as of the 1st of July.
Yes.
Right at this moment, when this application is being made to what is still the combined fund, in my understanding, there's an $84,000 sum. I mean, arguably, if we decided to grant the whole $84,000 to this project, the fund would start with 0 in both bits as of July the 1st. Is that correct? Yes, so I don't know whether...
So what Councillor Redmond is proposing is that it goes to that fund, but it's adding an extra 100,000 to it. Is that correct? Is that what you were proposing?
Yes, or whatever the figure is that we agree to put towards it. But I think it should go through that fund. The alternative is, Councillor Stewart suggests, it could be $80,000 if you want to clean that fund out now.
Well, Can we, look, before we get into it, look, I don't want to get into a mess here. Look, I'm going to break this into a workshop conversation rather than a formal. I think it's tidier because there'll be a variety of views on this. So, Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not actually advocating allocating the entire amount, though that was clearly from the submission and our understanding that they are 100,000 in shortfall from what it's going to cost to get that building up to spec for new tenants. And I just wanted to clarify that, in fact, there is $84,000 in the combined fund, which it is at the moment, and will split at July 1st. Could you just tell me what is the ongoing money? Is it $15,000 a year into both the split funds as of July the 1st? Is that the money that's allocated?
So the figures as we have them is that it's basically 15. There would be 0 for next year because the intention was to split the remaining fund that was currently there.
And
So
we haven't any applications. This is the first application.
Yep. So that's
to the fund that we've had in some time.
We're about to get a second, by the way.
Now I'm not sure for the heritage, but so there'd be $0 for next year if there's nothing carried forward from this year. In year 2 there'd be $15,000. In year 3 there'd be 25. In year 4 there would be 35, and so it increments up like that.
So in our current
thereafter.
practice is to hold for 3 years and to let them build so you can make meaningful grants.
No.
Well, that has been our present practice. It has been up till now. That may well have changed, but that had been our past practice to
Well, because
hold.
we didn't glean enough applications.
Yeah, but that's what we've been doing in the past. Okay. Other views? So I'm aware that St Stephen's Church in Tuahiwi, which is also Category 1, was invited out there on Friday with all the Anglican Church and Heritage New Zealand, will also be considering an application to us at some stage. That's quite substantial, but they're realistic about what their options are there, and in fact the church has indicated to them that they want to hand it back to the community, but will hand it back. They need to hand it back in a good condition. So the support we might be giving them may well be limited to planning advice, resource consent and other things that may be required because of its category. But they're looking at substantial money to do that building because it's interior it's okay, but the exterior is in pretty poor repair. They thought they would just be able to paint it. It's more than just painting. Anyway, Councillor Barnett.
So just to clarify, the 100,000 in the first part of the recommendation, has that been included in our figures, Jeff?
No.
That's
No.
extra, so it's not included, so anything we put in now, we
Yes.
add in.
That's right.
My view, just as we're in workshop, is that we should put something in. I definitely want to make a contribution. I'm not convinced on 100,000, but if we've got 84,000 sitting there already, I'd like to leave some for the ecological fund. I do agree with Councillor Stewart on that. I think that's really important. We've signalled that that's the way we were going to go. So that takes the 42 out, definitely. Leaves 42 in there, but I wouldn't have an objection to topping that up to 100 grand for this year.
So in effect adding another 60,000
Yep.
or 58,000. Use those numbers correctly.
Just to be prudent. So what is
Is there, well, that would be an addition. That would have to go up on the board. That's not something we've currently got in funded there. Councillor Meanings?
I'm just a little confused here. So you're talking about a sum of 84,000, yet in number 6 on page 68 it says that the fund has around 42,000 available. So is that
Yeah.
specifically referring to just the heritage side of that?
It's the fund's to be split, and it was designed so that, that was agreed some time ago. So
Yes,
there would be.
I recall, but I'm just wondering. This just says that number 6 is written the Heritage, Biodiversity, and Ecological Fund, so meaning the fund in its entirety pre-split, and it says it currently has around 42. So does it have 42 or 84?
It's 84 according to what we were just advised.
Yeah, because I would not be keen for us to spend the biodiversity, ecological money on that, because there's never enough money for those projects as it is.
Yep.
So I think we would need additional funding if we were going to put anything
Can we
towards
just,
the building.
I think we need some clarity from staff, but we've been advised it's sitting at 84,000 presently, is that right? Well, I think we need some clarity on this before we decide. So I'm happy to hold this matter and come back to it. Can we do that, please? And we'll come back to that conversation. I think we need to be clear what we have actually got there.
Perhaps confirm there are no commitments on that money.
Yes, and also it would be helpful to know that there's no commitments sitting presently against that 84k. But we just, for purposes of clarity, before we start spending against it, let's be clear.
But there are others in the community who have signalled that they'll be putting applications in more than. So you've also got the likes of the Rangiora lawn bowls.
Yeah, so we need. Might be tidier to top the fund up and to consider it through its usual process, but to look at an ongoing. We should be an ongoing amount to top that fund up would be. So look, could staff give that some thought, and we'll come back to that conversation in a minute once we know what where that fund's presently sitting. So I'm just going to put that on hold for the moment. We'll come back to that. Okay, so the next has been dealt with, I believe. Oh, this is the Oxford Arts Trust, sorry, not Waimakere Arts Trust. Just in that there, in the recommendation to the submitter, I think we should be noting in there that we already provide a grant of around almost 6,000 to help that organisation with the insurance and other fixed costs. That's still occurring. I confirmed that with Jeff yesterday. Is that you just check what that amount is, but we should put that in there. Okay. Everyone happy with that? So a Hoka domain. So that's in there. It's recommending in the sheets that a $10,000 continues. That's an ongoing amount, Chris, isn't it?
I think we've just identified it for the next 3 years.
Okay.
Which is what we've done previously, and that's why it fell off. But it was a long time ago. It was ongoing, and then we did it at the last long-term plan just for 3 years, and that's why we've had to redo that now.
All right. Okay. Any views? Okay, Life Education Trust. Surf Lifeguard Patrol. So just so I'm clear from this, from what I see from the white sheets, we're actually increasing the amount by $20,000. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And this is due to market increases in wages for lifeguards.
Well, can we make that clear in what we put back to the submitter, because it's not clear in the writing here of that. So if we could just clarify what the grant will increase to, and that's ongoing. Will that also be inflation proofed?
Yes, it is inflation proofed through the budget. Yes.
Okay, cool. Everyone happy with that? Pegasus residents, so 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78.
Just a question of staff. My understanding is that this area actually lost its paddling pool in the earthquakes, and it was promised that it would be replaced at some point with some sort of facility. So we are looking at really working seriously with them on this particular project?
I'll try to answer that, but Matt at the back of the room is waiting desperately for this
78.
moment.
Here we are, Matt. Here's your moment.
But yeah, Matt's been working with Painscracky Beaches Association for the last month to have a look at what's possible on the site, talking with our engineers around what's also possible. I can't recall at any time that we've actually promised the Painscracky Beaches Association that we would put something back. They have actually, this is a submission that we've received every long-term plan since I've been at council, so since the earthquakes, and each time the council hasn't decided to put any funding towards it. We've been quite clear that with the group that we're happy to put staff time into investigating what's possible down there. However, it's not likely they're going to get back what it is that they had originally, and that's just simply based on the amount of people that are there and that this would service, and the expense of a paddling pool, which is huge. But there are lots of different options that we can look at. It would be lovely if we could just put a sprinkler on the lawn, but we can't do that anymore, and it gets really, really complicated because the water has to go somewhere and be treated and all the rest of that sort of stuff. So we'll continue to work with them and come back with probably to the board with what we come up with, but inevitably it's not likely to be cheap, no matter what we do down there. And I guess we have to justify the expense based on the number of people that still live in that community and the benefit they'll get, and the other facilities that we have. The aquatic strategy that we recently didn't identify this as a need in the community, but it is something that they did have and they don't have any longer. So do you have anything to add, Matt?
They identified they might be able to get some local individuals who had funding. Nothing actually came of that, but whether or not that was just because we were still working towards getting a full picture of what it was going to cost. We had a rough idea of just the feature itself, but then, as Chris identified, you've got the water has to go somewhere. There's whether the infrastructure in the ground can support the incoming and outgoing water, parking, seating, fencing, all of those aspects which we just didn't have the time to prepare in time for this.
Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just when we do look at this, can we make sure that we look at it from a district point of view? That a community of that size having this level of service within that oval was, in my view, cost-wise not effective. But if it's actually looked at from the point of view that it would be a splash pad within the district, then there may be some hope for it. The argument that Councillor Barnett actually puts forward actually isn't a correct one. They were not promised it. They were down for a replacement paddling pool at the time when the earthquake hit. That was argued that should be a splash pad. The community did not want a splash pad. They only wanted the paddling pool replaced, and at that point the Kaiapoi Community Board, which it was then, not the Kaiapoi Tuihiwi Community Board, had rejected that and recommended to council that go away on a population basis after the earthquake. So it was all tied up in that we had this many people, then the earthquake came and there wasn't that many people, and it was difference between a paddling pool and a splash pad, and so it was actually taken away at that point, and the community argued it was taken away. The community board and the council argued that was not the case, that was actually something that happened as population size. So if we look at it as across the district, may or may not help that.
Councillor Blackie.
Yeah, talking with the local residents there, their proposal is for a splash pad because that, correct me if I'm wrong, that's a whole lot cheaper than a pool. And comment you just made, Matt, about fencing. Why does a splash pad, which is only a lump of concrete on the ground, why does it have to be fenced?
It doesn't. We're just trying to make sure we look at all the aspects of if we trigger different aspects of, like, do we need to put barbecues or seating and all those sorts of other fencing off the road, all of those sorts of aspects.
Maybe as a suggestion as a way forward is that we call for a report on this, and which brings back to us what the options are, because we're not in a position to resolve this today necessarily. We don't have a costing, we don't have any of that. So let's get a report come back to us, and if we could weave that into the response to the submitted, the council's report, requested a report on the options of what's been requested around a splash pad. All right? Is that a way forward?
It is a way forward, but again, can we do the timing thing? I mean, this is number 5 or 6 report, so if we're going back to the respondent, it'd be nice to get some form of how long that's going to take.
Yeah,
Why can't this go to next year's annual plan?
But it can, Councillor Bryan, but I think in this instance we need a report in which to consider that before the annual plan, so a report that would give us that ability to make that decision.
Just mindful of staff as well, and that we can deal with this in next year's annual plan. By that time we will have had a report with all the appropriate costings.
Yeah, so maybe if we just word it that way. Are we all happy with that? Okay. 70, sorry, Al, did you have a question? 79, 80, 81, 82. There's just some wording around here. I think the second, unfortunately the council has significant that last sentence in that first paragraph I think should come out. Yes, it is. So this is the response to the submitted. The cost to undertake this work would be a direct call on the general ratepayer at the time, and the council is committed to ensure it plays its part in affordable living. Well, I think it would be something along the lines of also there's consideration of other museums in the district and their requirements, but that sentence doesn't resonate well with me. How do the rest of you feel with that? Because that's always a judgment call we have every year. Yeah.
Direct email question asking if all of these were going to be passed through comms to actually make the wording
they are going
more
to be
appropriate. So are we supposed to be commenting on it
Look,
now?
what I'm saying
Because
to you
some
is,
of these I'm finding
to be honest, if there are some things that you have a strong objection to, let it be known. But otherwise, if it's minor wording, then that the default position is yes, it will be going through comms with that view. But I just, when I saw that one, that's one that really did stick out to me. All right. Okay, so 80. Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah, no, it's coming out. Yes. Yep. 83. Yep.
I just wonder if I could ask, the staff response doesn't really address both issues. They ask, this is the museum, or Kaiapoi District Historical Society, for an additional elevator to use, and the answer to that is no, or making the elevator already in the building accessible to the museum. That last part isn't referred to anywhere, and I just wonder if that is an option that could be looked at.
The current lift that's in there doesn't access the area that they're wanting to get into, so there's whilst it's available there for them to use, it's not actually getting to the area that they want it to. So they've got all their storage at the back above where their office space is. It's just got no correlation with their area.
No. Could there not be a bridge across from that level to their storage area?
Not without significant structural changes to the building. It would be a huge cost to do that. So we've tried to come up with a solution which is provide, if they have large things they want to move, then we can give them assistance to be able to move those large things, bearing in mind the fact that the actual display doesn't change on a regular basis, so they could work with us on the timing of that. We've also got staff available in there which would be fitter and stronger than some of the members of the
Okay.
staff of the museum. So
Al?
back in the day, Craig Sargison looked at putting a bridge across. I don't think he got as far as costing it, but as Chris has said, it's not easy. You can't just put 2 planks across.
Yep. Okay.
Well, could that be covered in the response, because they did ask the 2 points?
I think can we just broaden that response? Here's the answer. Good point. Okay. Still on that page, the top. It says Mr. Alistair Leach. I think it's Leach. Leech. Just so. Okay. It doesn't change the answer. 84. I just wonder if on these art storage and storage matters, something could be added in there that we will arrange for staff to discuss this with the museum and report back to council, because it has been asked for a couple of times. We did request it at a previous I think it was annual plan around this, and I'm not sure what the response back to those. I think Craig was looking into that, wasn't he?
Yeah, we've actually got all the information sitting there. We've been to Iron Mountain, and we've got the prices from Iron Mountain on storage. And
so can you report that back to us at some stage?
We did come back with options of that East Belt building being used, but now there's other options that have come available in other buildings, and we do need to come back.
A current report would be helpful.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, 85. So just was looking at that answer. I'd scribbled something here, but I can't understand my scribbles, so if I can't understand it, you're not going to be able to. 86. Yeah.
No.
We did look at it some years ago. Chris, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, it's I've talked to Craig Sargison and Paula Eskett about this, and they both have completely contradicting views about outreach services for libraries. Craig, in his career, went through a long process of removing outreach libraries and consolidating libraries into one space, so that it was more of a community connection space. And Paula's, times change, and we tend to go in circles. And Paula's talked a lot about outreach services to be able to connect with communities that can't connect with the library, and also to promote what they do. The simple fact is, we don't have a bus, we don't have anything that we can actually take books, but it's not necessarily the books that people want in library outreach services. It's some of the other services that they actually provide, like digital literacy, etc. And all of those things, you don't actually need a bus or anything. It's actually just a librarian going to a community facility and being able to provide those services in a community facility. So they are looking at options of how they can extend that into other parts of the district at the moment.
Okay. 86, 87, just at the bottom of the submission from Madeline, I had a feeling, my recollection was Madeline talked quite a lot on social housing, and I'm wondering if we could please add into that answer that we formed a social housing working party and just pad that out a bit, because she did talk about that when she came to see us. She was talking about Abbeyfield and other things from memory. Is it? I didn't pick it up earlier, but anyway, if it is, it's covered there. But anyway, all right. Disc golf, so 87, 88, 89, 90, 91. Picks up our decision from this morning. 93. I think it needs to add in there the next steps that we're taking, which is a resource consent, all those sort of things. It's just missing that in that answer. If we could just add that in. It's 93, so 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103. So that's Silver Stream now. 104, 10. Yep. Yep.
The response to about the croquet club.
Mm-hmm.
The club will have to Michael de Hamill, but could we also include in there the synergies between what we did with the land at the other land at Murphy Park when Riverside Bowling Club went across, because it's the same situation.
Yeah.
If we could refer to the, you know, I don't know, precedents, whichever way that may be, just sort of throw a bit of that in the answer. Thank you.
I think the pertinent point in here is that the club are very happy with with what we're doing. Michael was alleging something that just isn't where the club is sitting, so I'm sure that'll. Yeah. 103, 104, 105. Yep. Mm-hmm.
The pest control and the,
Oh,
which is what I was
we've got added some money in here too, haven't we?
added in 3 and we added in
7,000.
4. Just wondering, are we setting a precedent for other ecological areas? As much as I think it's totally deserved, are we setting a precedent for other ecological areas in the district? First question. And secondly, how effective will a pest control program be in an area that's getting closer to residential areas?
Yeah, really good questions. We actually had a presentation at the last Community and Recreation Committee meeting from one of the rangers who's down there at the moment. And so she identified the fact that the bird counts which have been going on down there have seen a 33% increase in bird numbers since the pest control has been operating down there. It's all been done by volunteers at the moment. I would say that the amount of plants that we've planted in the ecosystem we've established down there is all for nothing if we don't then actually do the pest control to allow the species to move in and actually have that as viable habitat. Other areas in the district where it is successful would be the trust land, the Te Kohakaro Tūhaitara trust land. They do a huge amount of volunteer and ranger-led pest control. To make sure that the pest control is something which is measured and something which we are spending the right money in the right places, you do need to do an ecological study. We've done bird counts, but we need to understand exactly what we've got in a point in time so that we can go back and then actually test that at a later date to see if we're making real impact in the reserve. So that's why there's a recommendation also to have that ecological study done. They have found some pretty awesome stuff there over the last year since the rangers have been there. There's a small ground plant species which is the only one of its type found in the last 15 years on this side of the divide. So that sort of thing needs to be protected, but we also need to actually know whether these things are there. In terms of precedents, we have lots of other areas which we have native bush, and we're also looking at projects like Arohati Te Ao. We're going to be creating native bush as well. So I don't see it as a negative thing to create a precedent to say that when we are investing in the creation of native forest areas, that we're also spending the money to make sure that those areas can be utilised by the right biodiversity and protected. So there may be in the future further bids for further pest control. And we don't do any active pest control at the moment. It's all through volunteers, and we're just providing them some assistance.
So can I just ask how they were funded previously, if they've already been doing it?
They've got grants from various external organisations and other places to be able to get that up and running and buy their traps, and all the labour's just been done by themselves. The Oxford Hoka Community Board, they also provided funding for the Ashley Gorge Reserve Advisory Group to buy traps for that area as well.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Doody?
Just really think that was really going to your local organisation, the Men's Shed, to build traps is a really good option.
Okay, Councillor Atkinson?
Yeah, I just wonder, given the questioning and answers, whether it's time to have a look at a collective program, whether it's run by us or another trust, or if we've got three that we've just sat round the table and talked about that are all doing three different things, what are the synergies that should be, and how should these groups be working together to make sure, and could be across the district in the future. But I think we need to, even if we can instigate someone, maybe it's Greg from Te Kohaka, to instigate a good look at what's happening across the district, because I'm sure there's other groups out there doing it as well.
So at the moment we're looking at the creation of an environmental strategy, and there will be some actions which come out of that environmental strategy, and they'll look at the inputs and outputs that we've got at the moment, predator-free, 2050, those sorts of central government programs, and whether or not we should be more actively involved in that space and what other external support we can get. At the moment, I would say the level of council funding towards pest control, other than a bit of rabbit and hare control, has not been huge. But that's just because of priorities and resource, and we're starting to move into that with volunteers. So it'll get picked up in that, and there could be some actions, but there'll be lots of discussion around that.
Sandra?
Just on that, the Waimakariri Biodiversity Trust had a call for trustees, and it will be a district-wide trust. This is an action out of the Water Zone Committee. You have agreed to give some seed funding towards the operations of that group when it gets going, that trust, and one of their priorities will be pest control, and you may like to tag funding particularly or support pest control.
Right, so
that certainly
your
is in that
question
place.
is...
No, I was just responding
Okay,
to him.
all right.
Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Barnett, sorry.
Yes, I'd like to move an amendment on 140.2, and I've got no problem with the one-off 4,000 grant, but this is 3,000 per annum. I'd like to move that it's 3,000 for this financial year, and a B to say that notes that a review will be done of the pest control and ecological projects in the district with a view to future funding.
So can we just go through that? $3,000
For this year, this financial year, not per annum.
21-22, yeah. And review of pest control.
And ecological assessment program for the whole district to be carried out.
So someone Peter second that?
Yeah.
Seconded by Councillor Atkinson.
Just,
Councillor Barnett.
Yep, just noting this, I'm absolutely 100% in support of what is being done at Silverstream. I think it's an absolutely fantastic initiative. I've been down there, I've walked the tracks. I can't applaud the volunteers enough, but we've got volunteers at Ahuka Bush, we've got volunteers at Ashley Gorge, we've got volunteers who want to bring the tui down from the mountains, we've got Te Kohaka, we've got some wonderful, wonderful programs, and I just would like to have a more holistic view of where our money's going and where we can get the most benefit. With predator control, you've got to be so careful when you're near to residential areas, because basically you're wasting your time if you spend a lot of time doing it and then people are living there who've already got predators in their households. So I'm a bit concerned that we're doing these one-offs, and I'd like to see a more holistic program to benefit the whole district so that we can make sure that we're spending that money wisely.
Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, look, I do echo the views. We've got several people doing several different things, and Chris just explained where that review could actually come from, if you like, because it's going to be tied up in what's already happening. And I'm not going to die in the ditch over $3,000 a year, if you get what I mean. But the review is the important bit for me, because I do agree. I mean, we've got a whole heap of pest control going on in this district. We don't know what it is, and yet we are willing to fund on an ongoing basis something that we don't know. Is one doing any good? Is it done the right way? And I'm not suggesting that it's not by any stretch of the imagination, you know, and several other of these things going on in our district in all sorts of areas. So I think that it is time for us to have a look and see what it is, and who knows what comes out of that. You know, I mean, we've got the zero pest control, which is an aspiration of the government. you know, where we can tap into and what is it that they're doing, and are we aligned? And according to them, they've got the best system that there is. So are we tapping into those systems and all of those sorts of things? We don't know. We've just got a whole heap of separate individual things going on around our district, which are probably doing a great job, but we don't know.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Redmond.
I'm not opposed to the motion, but I just wondered if we are looking at predator control, how effective is that if we don't have a predator control boundary? I mean, we're fighting a never-ending battle, I would suspect.
Okay, any further speakers? Rather reply. Oh, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because we Silverstone are dealing with DOC, I think it's actually important that we also include them in their discussions.
Okay, yep. Right, no further speakers, no rather reply. I'll put the well, it's amendment. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Okay. So we're at 108. And 109 I thought was the best of all, actually, of all our pages that we've had today. Excellent work, team. All right. So 110. Please, this is still you for a while, Chris? Is that, no, you done? Now, hold on. We do have. You need to come back to us about the heritage. Yes. So, are you prepared to answer that question now, or do you need a bit more time? Because I can bring you back. Grant. Have you got a suggested way forward as well?
I need a bit more time because I make it 120,000 in the shared account.
Okay.
So we can split out the 60.
Right.
I just don't know if there are any commitments that have been made.
Before we finish today, we'll come back to that. So, could I? Well, we can't now because I need staff have asked for more time. So, can I suggest that we come back to this topic around 4:30, please? Thank you. Yeah, of course. You can tag in and out. It's like getting into a bus in Auckland. If you don't tag off, you get charged. All right. So we're now at. We're going to hold one. So is it? Let me just. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Simon, is it Simon? I'm just checking it because Jared's following, isn't he? Yep. So in your whites, we've got Christmas events funding first, and then we'll deal with the main pages. Do you want to come forward?
So you're at 118. Oh, you got some reports.
Well, we've got a Christmas events funding one to deal with. Is there anything else that Simon's got in here? I think the rest are all UNR. Well, let's deal with that, and then we'll get into the pages. So we're in. If we can go back into the main agenda. So in the summary agenda, it's page 6. Pages 202 to 213, Christmas events funding. Thanks, Simon.
Good afternoon. So this report follows up a request for information to be brought to this meeting, which for the 3 promotions associations gave you a sense of how they're going with their current Christmas events funding contribution from the council, how those events are going. And there's a range of responses back from the 3 promotions associations, which give you a financial breakdown of how the most recent Christmas parade event went, and some commentary, which is slightly different from each of the promotions associations. The short of it is, at the moment, Kaiapoi and Rangiora are on their most recent financial performance, made a small surplus on their Christmas event. Now, compared to other contexts, such as Oxford, they're a little more fortunate in that they're more likely to attract sponsorship funding at their larger events, and there's a larger pool of resource to draw on. Oxford Promotions Action Committee passed the majority of their event grant to the Lions to implement the event, and have reported concern about the proportion of that grant that is consumed in traffic management, and it is a higher proportion than for the other events. I note in the report that not all of the funding that is provided to OPAC to implement a Christmas parade is actually passed over to the Lions. That is not a criticism, it's simply a commentary, and that retained funds are used to promote a related event at that time of year. I think the recommendation principally is to work with OPAC and the Lions to see how we can ensure that that event continues to happen in an appropriate way, with the funding that is provided by council and any other sources of funding that they are able to bring to bear on it. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Doody?
Thank you. Just a question on this is, would it be possible just to provide the money, extra funding for the traffic management? Because, yeah, I'll leave it.
I'm not trying to be cute. Anything's possible, but it requires a consideration of the funding for all of these events. So all of them are funded to a certain degree. The amount of funding that is provided doesn't cover the full cost of the event. They need to fundraise in order to do that. If you wish to advance additional funds, that's entirely possible. I guess the question that I have to ask is, if not all of the money that is made available by the council is passed over to the entity that is charged with running the event, that's a question that I think needs to be addressed between OPAC and the Lions. So there are, a fifth of the funding is retained by OPAC for other purposes. Now they use that to support another very worthy event, and I'm acutely aware of that, councillor. But the council gave the funding for the purpose of a Christmas parade, and at this stage, on the facts before us, not all of that money is being passed over to the entity that is charged to deliver that parade. And I think that's the point of conversation with the association or the committee that is appropriate.
Okay. Did you have a further question?
Well, yes, I do actually. So the question is, do you not think the Christmas carols are sort of all incorporated with the whole of the Christmas theme?
I certainly think that's a celebratory event at the same time of year, but I have to go back to what was the purpose for which the funding was allocated, and it was allocated to OPAC to deliver a parade. And I'm not trying to be at all critical of OPAC or undermine the worthiness of the other event, but it is not what was intended.
Any further questions? Councillor Redmond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I read a fairly detailed response from a board member from Oxford Ahoka.
Your agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a problem if the funds are simply advanced to OPAC to organise a Christmas parade and Christmas carols? Does that not solve the problem?
I'm not sure it would solve the problem of the quantum of the costs associated with delivering the parade, and to ask OPAC to then deliver both of those events with that amount of money when the agent that they're using to deliver one of those events is saying it is not enough. With respect, I'm not sure that answers the problem that is before the council and OPAC.
Any further questions? We've got sorry, Councillor Barnett.
Simon, looking at the traffic management costs for each of the three areas, it does appear that the grant for Oxford is quite low for traffic management in terms of the type of area it's because it's only using a very small area, but it is a main road. How was it decided to fund these different amounts?
That's a very good question that I think predates me and my association with the Waimakariri District Council. I guess I'd observe out of a grant of the order of $7,000, about 40%, $3,000 is going to traffic management at Oxford. Out of a grant of $11,000 or there about 12,000 to Kaiapoi and Rangiora, 9,000 is going to traffic management in Rangiora. So proportionately, there is a parade that is experiencing a higher burden of cost, if you like, for traffic management. The difference, I guess, is that Rangiora has the opportunity to fundraise, and so you see the budget for the event that is funded substantially beyond the council is very much larger, and that is the dilemma before us. And so the recommended course of action, I think, is to try and work this through on the current funding allocation with OPAC and the Lions, and if that proves to be not sustainable, then I think we'll need to think again. But that was the course of action that is set out in the report for your consideration.
Okay, so there's a recommendation. I'm prepared to move. Someone prepared to second. Councillor Atkinson. I think this is the appropriate way forward. I'm aware that Oxford Lions have certainly mentioned to me that from their perspective, unless the grant amount is increased to cover the traffic management, then they won't run the parade. So I think this is a conversation directly with OPAC and Oxford Lions with our staff to see if a resolution can be achieved. If it's going to require some additional funding, then that's a matter that may need to come back to us for consideration. I've got an open mind to that. I want to see Christmas. Personally, love going to our parades in our district. I really would be a real shame if we lost the Christmas parade in Oxford for the sake of a few $1,000s or whatever the sum is. Let's see if we can broker an arrangement there that works for both. The Christmas in the park is also really popular. I know straight after the Christmas parade in Rangiora, they run Christmas in the park. A lot of that is directly funded by sponsorship. Oxford's not in the same situation easily to raise that sort of level of sponsorship with the level of businesses that are there. And I know there's a lot of goodwill that goes into running these. The Lions don't make anything out of this. This is something they just do purely for community. And look, so do all our promotions associations. They're in these because they're doing it for the right reasons, which is to promote the towns and provide Christmas. So as easy as we can make it would be appreciated. So I think D is the penultimate section, and Simon, if you and the team need to come back with an arrangement post that, let us know, because I just would hate for Christmas to be gone from the town of Oxford for the sake of what is in our budget a minor amount of money, but it's still on the ratepayer ultimately. So the right course of action is to try and see if we can negotiate an outcome that's positive.
Just make comment briefly. It's not my intention to be the Christmas Grinch.
I know. Yeah, well, I know you still believe in Father Christmas, Simon. Apparently. All right. Seconded, Councillor Atkinson. Is there any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Right, so if we have one matter while you're here, Simon, before we come to the pages that's in public excluded. We might deal with that now, which is the Kaiapoi South. Did you want to deal with that while you're here? Okay, why don't we deal with that now? So
page 118
Yeah.
would be the...
Well, 110 was the one that we were coming to first, I think.
Oh, apologies. It's
It's all right.
Sorry, in the book.
We'll get to 118 very soon, I hope.
No. It's the diligent number versus the book number.
So I'm just,
yeah.
you'll need to just remind me where you stop in this process. So,
We'll,
because
we'll stop when UNR starts, Mr. Mayor.
okay, all right, that's fine.
I will
I'm
let
just
you know.
double checking. So, all right, so we're at page. So we're now back in open meeting. 110.
Okay.
111.
Just you stay. Just grab the chair.
112. Thanks, Simon. 113. 114. Community outcomes transport, is that still you, Simon? You and VJ, is it? Sorry?
It's Joanne.
So where do we next intersect? Have you got any other pages in here that we need to deal with? Yep. So we'll come back to 115. Well, to be honest, why don't we just deal with it while we're here? Because to be perfectly honest, it shouldn't be terribly difficult. 115. 116. Was it a yep that someone wants to ask something? Or yep, we're happy? Good. Just checking. 117. 118. 119. 120. 121. 122. 123. 124. 125. You all keeping up? That's good. So 126, this is around the car parking building. And note that that's coming to council next week, Simon, isn't it? Yep. There's a report coming to council next week around that matter. Yep. 127. 128. 129. 130. 131. 132. 133. Oh. You pay the bill? Remember? Yeah. Oh, that's you there. Oh. Just on 133 in the staff recommendation, might just put, can we just, second to last paragraph, when we refer to option A, can we just explain and remind people what option A is, in case they don't know? It's just a point I picked up before. That was when I read those papers. 134, 135, 136. Well, this is really into Joanne now, isn't it, really? Is there any other pages that you're required for, Simon? You're a happy camper? Well, hold on, let's just deal with 130. I don't deal with 136, 137, 138. Okay, and pause there. There's nothing else for you in these pages, Simon, that you wanted to deal with while you're here? I think there's COVID-19 as well. Okay, well, let's just carry on, and if we need Joanne, we... is there 139? 140? 141? Sure, yep. Use your microphone, please. Thank you.
Page 141, Officer Recommendation 6, $50,000 in the 23-24 year. I would like to suggest it come forward by 1 year. There are a whole lot of issues around Pegasus.
No, hold on. So it's a question first, is it?
Oh,
Question to staff?
Yes, staff, could this be brought forward to by 1 year?
Yes, it could come forward. The funding that would be provided for that is normally allocated to advice such as transport experts, urban design experts, and the like. There is also a secondary thought process around staff resourcing to project manage that. We've got an LED strategy, or sorry, a local economic development strategy, which is coming up this year, which will be out of the way, and a couple of other bits and pieces. But there's no reason why it couldn't be brought forward. We might just have to reorganise some projects in the back end as well. So it's absolutely able to come forward.
Yeah. Councillor Blackie?
Could I ask, still on item 6, that the words Ravenswood be included in that strategy? It's not really a wood end peg strategy. It's the trio. It mentions it on the bottom of 140, but it doesn't mention it under 6. Can you put Ravenswood in, just to make it clear?
Yep. Well, we're not. Well, hold a second. I just had a question before we start. Councillor Redmond asked around the years. I just would like to. We've got a discussion coming up with a colleague shortly around managing workload and expectations. I'd just like to be clear that do we have the capacity to deliver on this project sooner than what you've indicated?
We're just working through the implications of the town centre program, which has been included into this LTP. So in the background, while you've been considering the numbers, we've been considering the implication of implementing as is planned in the draft LTP. It's certainly possible, Mr Mayor. It just might mean a reshuffling of projects, and I couldn't tell you at this stage what projects that would actually mean. There's around 20 projects over the next year between Vanessa and I that we need to be working on. So we just need to.
Which projects would be reshuffled to do this?
We couldn't say that right here and now. I'm from our point of view, your desire is, I think, is to bring it forward. Well, I suggest that if you proceed with that, we will. If we're going to have issues with delivering that or having to make tough calls between that and other projects, it's not till the 22-23 year, so we've got all of 21-22 to monitor progress on the projects for that year, to come back to you with advice about the program and priorities for 22-23. But we're not uncomfortable for you to bring that money forward. We are aware that the Wood End Ashley Community Board is anxious to get this piece of work done sooner rather than later, and we obviously would like to be responsive to that.
So we'd need an amendment to bring that forward. So you're proposing, Councillor Redmond, that it come forward 22-23. Is that right? Is there someone prepared to second that? So seconded Councillor Barnett. Councillor Redmond, do you wish to speak?
No, just to say there is some feeling that it would be useful to have this work completed sooner rather than later, but I am conscious of staff workloads, but if it's possible, then I think that's great.
Councillor Barnett?
Yes, I was involved in the previous Wood End Pegasus strategy. That's all they were saying. That's what it was called back then. And it's well overdue. The action points are completely out of date. The area is growing at such a rapid amount. It was probably growing more than we thought it would. Ravenswood is taken off as a subdivision. So that North Wood End area, connecting it into Wood End and connecting Pegasus into that, there's some serious issues need to be addressed. And so I totally respect that we've got district plan work, that we've got parking work, but this is the third largest urban area in our district, and it has, as I said, it missed out because of the earthquake. Everything got pushed out. It needs some urgent attention, and I would like to see it as a priority project.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson?
Yeah, just to look very quickly, I won't be supporting this because I don't know what else is going to suffer because we do this, and until such time as I'm not scared to bring it forward if I knew what else was happening in the background, but I don't. And until I know that, then I'll be voting against the amendment.
I'm going to support the amendment because I did ask staff very clearly if there was reservations around that. I appreciate that they haven't got all the projects here, but they seem to be relaxed with this coming forward if that was the desire. Certainly it has been a desire in that community that this work is brought forward. There's been also a view that they'd like to establish a coastal promotions organisation to sort of kind of fits with all that's going on in the growth in the area. So I'm relaxed about bringing it forward based on the answers of our staff. Any further speakers? I'll put the right of reply, Councillor. I'll put the recommendation, just changing the dates there. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? No. Declare that carried. No declared. So who would like their votes recorded no? So just Councillor Atkinson. Okay. 142. 143. Yep, sorry. Yes.
On page 142, that term there, currently unanticipated in the plan with, I can't quite understand that. We allocated 2 million for COVID recovery and we've spent 700,000 and another 300,000 is allocated. So there's still $1 million in the pot. Why is it called unanticipated? Whether or not we allocated.
I think, from memory, and I might be corrected by Mr. Millwood, but I think we had, right at the beginning of the COVID, done an assessment of about 2 million that we thought that the COVID event might cost the council. At the last count where I took those numbers from, I think we were significantly under that, and we'd made provision for 300,000, but we hadn't anticipated drawing down any more than that. I guess what I'm saying in this report is we would need to draw down further from that loan if you wanted to support the recommendations of the association. And I guess they haven't necessarily specified numbers and or programs to what that money would actually be allocated to, and we haven't had any advice from ENC that would support that at this point in time. So I guess my recommendation was carry on and monitor and discuss rather than signal an allocation of the funding and draw down further on the loan.
So if ENC or anyone else came back with some figures that some more funds would be available.
Absolutely, we could bring a report to council and have council consider whether they would wish to further fund those activities that were being signalled as needed. But it would be another decision of council, I think, to exercise some more of that loan.
Okay. 140, thank you. 143, 144, 145, 146. We did have a submission around this from the Oxford Hiker Community Board, and in fact strongly mentioned by Board Member Farrell around the concerns around the location of the Oxford site. In fact encouraged us while in Oxford to have a look at that site. Have we any response to that point? Because there was a strong view of the board that was expressed was that it's the wrong location and that it should be in another location. I'd just like to know what staff's response to that is, and if please.
Very early on in the project, we looked at a number of sites and had conversations with the Oxford Promotions Association around those sites, along with others. We also brought a report to council very early on in the project, and I would understand if people, members don't remember that, but it explored options, location options in all of the different towns. From that point, we then worked with Meridian, who are the substantive funder of these things and have a significant commercial interests in the location of these sites, particularly around the cost of installation and what they believe to be good locations for the network. And so many of those decisions are sort of greatly influenced by the fact that they are the substantive funder of these sites. And so I believe if we had have pushed for other sites, we would have been asked to either further fund those locations at reasonable cost, or that Meridian would have opted to back out of those sites.
So I just can't remember which site the board preferred over. Yeah, I guess it's just making sure we have got. The concern they raised was that they believed here that they weren't consulted or communicated on the preferred location.
So the Promotions Association were as the key instigator of this project, brought along with all of those. The reports brought to council with site location options were also circulated to the community boards, and further discussion was had with the community board at one point on those. Albeit, again, there's been a lot of information put in front of them, so I understand if they don't remember that.
Okay, all right. Councillor Edmund.
Simon, I think there may be a typo at the bottom of page 146. The second to last line, I think the word no may be missing in front of financial. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Important little
Important
words.
no.
Yes. Councillor Doody.
Thank you. Just a query on this, and this is a reason why. The boxes, I don't know what they're called, those big boxes for electricity, whatever they are. Not
Transformers.
Transformers, that's it. There's a larger transformer at the Oxford Town Hall and a smaller green box where they wanted to go. And what I'm asking is that the reason why? Because there's a bigger service there.
Not per se, councillor. It's prominence, visibility, patronage that Meridian are favouring the site that was their preference. And that's the commercial component to it, because we're not funding this other than providing a site. I think the other factor that we'd have to bear in mind would be the costs of getting electricity at the right, what connectivity is there to alternative sites. Now, so the first sieve in the site assessment was visibility and hence patronage, and then you rule out a certain range of sites, or at least you have a sense of priority or preference, and then you drill down to those smaller number of sites in terms of what then is the cost to get electricity. Unfortunately, this project, and while we're in public, but the understanding of Meridian at the beginning in terms of the costs and logistics of power supply as compared to when they finally got quotes for this is materially different. So they are much more conservative in terms of looking at alternatives. And that's why we're down to one charger initially anyway at Oxford rather than more at this point in time.
So the location's been well considered. Okay, that answers the question, because
we think it has, Mr Mayor, Council, yes, that all reasonably practical options have been considered and weighed up over now quite an extensive period of time.
Councillor Doody.
Okay, my question is the other site that we feel is better, but that wasn't really wasn't all sealed and things like that at the time when Meridian looked at it previously, and that is actually a really clear site, but it's been done and dusted now. So
it's not in yet. So just ask the question. It's not installed yet, is it? So if that location has that, because it has now been sealed, I think it's near the tree there. Is it possible to just see whether that's a possibility before it's confirmed?
We can always ask. I think the issue will be we have now a licence and a lease in place with Oxford, so we would be essentially asking them to change the terms of the lease.
Can we just put the question and then just see where we get to, and that'll probably answer that matter. But at least we've shown. I have some sympathy for what is being because it is a more central location than where the town hall is, but. If we've been down, I also negotiated a contribution from Main Power with Vanessa to get it at that location, so I wouldn't want to undo all that either. So, but if you could, and it's possible, that would be appreciated.
Understood.
Just a question about that site you're talking about. Isn't that where the farmers market is on a Saturday morning and other functions are held to get into Pearson Park? Would it not remove the ability to charge in the weekend when you've got, certainly Saturday mornings it would, because that's where the farmers market's set up, so the car park would be taken away.
Park on the road normally out there. But anyway, look, if that could be looked at, and I think what Neville's raising there would be, if it does, it's probably a conversation with the farmers market organiser to make sure that wouldn't be an issue. But I don't want to create a whole workload issue that comes from that. Thank you. All right, 146, 147. So we're at climate change and sustainability. You still with us, you two? Yeah, okay, good stuff. 148, 149, 150. These are definitely into roading now, I think. There's nothing else in here that relates to yourselves. We've got finance and business support papers. Well, that's Jared's area.
On heritage buildings, and I'm not sure which page that was. I haven't seen it in the pages that we've passed. I'm not sure. I'll just have to go back to the...
We've done heritage, and I think we've done heritage. We're coming back to that part.
So this was the request by PLC Group?
Yes.
Okay, you're going to come back.
Staff are going to do a little bit more homework and come back to us at 4:30. Okay. They're meeting back with us at 4:30.
Okay, fine.
Okay, right. But there's nothing else that you need to cover while you're here. Excellent. So we're at U&R. Maybe we could just have a stretch for a few minutes. Have we got? Awesome. 5 minutes stretch, team. Very generous. Hey, young lady. See you. I've seen you, young girl. He's been putting a lot of deputation means coming and making us Yeah. No, we're going back to climate change for a little bit. Yes. Nicola, or Veronica, I should say. That's her first name. Yeah. That's when I swore her in, that's what her name was.
So that's the naughty name, is it?
Mine's Daniel when I'm in trouble. Not that Nikki's in trouble. Simon, you're up. Back up here first. For climate change.
I don't think Nikki will want to raise that today.
Oh, okay. Nikki, you don't. No. Okay. All right.
Okay. You all right?
Yes. Okay. Fine. Sorry, that's why I was calling you back to the table. Okay. All right. Okay. We're there. So let me just move forward. So we're at utilities and roading now. But before we do that, we've got some. Hello, Jared. Yeah. We'll deal with your papers. We'll deal with the papers first, and then we'll deal with the submission points thereafter. So, first one is 6.9, pages 214 to 222. That's resourcing for preparing for water reform. Staff submission. Just give you a second to catch up there. Thank you for making yourself available, Jared. Yeah, it is.
I actually haven't been able to find it, but I know that. Look, it's the report regarding Three Waters reform. We've put in a budget. It's our best estimate. We think it's prudent that the council makes some provision. The intention is to fund that over a 10-year term because it's not. It would actually have a fair impact if we just paid for it as an operational expenditure, and it is a one-off. And we also would look to. And I think quite legitimately pass that cost on as a Three Waters debt if we do end up going down that path to an entity. So look, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions of Jared. Councillor Atkinson followed. Did you have your hand up too? Councillor Barnett after.
Well, what I really want to know is it adequate or is this pretty conservative?
I actually think we've actually said in there that this will get us through to Christmas. I think it's conservative for that because since we wrote that, there's been a bit more clarity around the Canterbury regional table. So there's a much better alignment between what the Canterbury mayors or Canterbury councils are expecting in conjunction with Ngāi Tahu and what we're expecting DIA to put out. So that actually makes our job a bit easier. So I think it's realistically, I'd see it'll see us through for the full financial year, but we'll keep the council briefed as this goes and give you a good steer on whether that's you'll get plenty of advance warning if we think we're going to run out, but I really do think that should be plenty for at least the full financial year.
Councillor
Barnett? Just the question, if it's mainly for the consultation that is being required from DIA, have they offered to put up any funding?
They haven't. No, we have got no detail on what that's, and we've tried to request information on that. We're not expecting anything until when we get the package in July, but that may well be part of it. There may be some funding attached to that, and in which case, that would be able to be applied there. There is some work we're already getting underway. So there's 2 current work streams that we're getting the ball rolling on. One of them is just actually modelling an uplift scenario for based on our own LTP figures. And what I mean by uplift is, taking almost like a worst possible case future for our district in terms of what we think costs could get to, so that we can compare that with the DIA figures. And then also having a look, and another work stream is to start to have a look at what would it mean for the rest of the organisation outside of Three Waters, the financial impact and how that might look, so that we're actually on the front foot when we get to July. And so where the cost might start to get incurred on that is where we're pulling staff out away from their day job and we need to backfill those. So that's not directly just consultation. Some of that work is investigations.
And so there's no synergies to be gained by like combining with Huranui, considering we use the same newspapers and same publications and things like that. Is there any synergies to be gained?
Definitely. Yeah, we'll definitely be looking at that.
Okay.
So I just clarify, I asked DIA back when we had their workshop 3-4 weeks ago around this. Alan Pragnell advised they hadn't even turned their mind to this, so they were going to consider whether there would be funding available for councils. When I've raised it with other mayoral colleagues, they all look at me with surprise because none of them are actually putting sort of money aside in their budgets to do this. I think this is, well, personally, this is a really prudent approach, Jared, so it's the right thing to do, but that's the response from Pragnell and others. Sam said to me when I was talking to Sam Wharton on Saturday that he thinks that there may well be something that comes about, but everything's in flux until we hear exactly. There's so many discussions going on. No one will be absolutely clear until we get the package from government that we're expecting in June, July, aren't we?
July, definitely not June, and no idea of a date. It'll be driven by effectively political announcements. The actual date.
I'm going to need some more another battery pack. About to expire. Yep. So moved by Councillor Atkinson, seconded Councillor Williams. Councillor Atkinson, do you wish to speak?
Oh, look, I think this is absolutely prudent. I'm surprised to hear you talk about other areas that aren't putting things in. I think you've got your head in the sand if people don't think this is going to cost us something, no matter which way we go. So I think it's absolutely prudent that we have this money there. If we don't spend it and the government comes up with it, all well and good. But if they do come up with it at all, I'd also be very cautious about why we should accept it from them as well.
Councillor Williams?
No, ditto.
Any further speakers? Yep.
This is really, really important. It's probably one of the most important things that we're going to have to do for a long, long time. So we need to fight this with everything we've got and give it everything we've got to make sure that we have the best case scenario and that we survive.
Thank you. Right of reply. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. We're now at 6:10, which is the Three Waters staff submission. Do you wish to? Is it Kelly leading this, Jared? Just what was said to staff earlier. Just keep it brief to the main points. We're making good progress, so I'm sure you'll be aware of that. Thank you. Well, if we have to, we have to. But look, reality is we're tracking well. Hopefully.
Good afternoon. So the purpose of this report is just to seek a carryover of budget for the Three Waters Services Management budgets. So each year we have a range of different asset management projects. What we're planning on getting done next year is substantially more than other years because of changes coming in with new drinking water standards and also tamata arawai. So you'll see under 1.3 of the report that we've got some sizable projects for doing our chlorination assessment, development of source water risk management plans, reservoir assessments, and review of private water supplies. And there's a additional report on our approach to private water supplies and doing the sanitary assessments as well. Effectively, what we've gone through and done is looked at our overall program. We've rationalised some projects. We've kept the important ones that we need to undertake next year in. We are actually going to be 120,000 over budget, and if you look at recommendation D, you can see the list of projects that we're actually delivering. And what it's proposed is that we carry over 120,000 from this current financial year to next financial year. We will be under budget substantially this year. So we can actually still deliver all of that program of works without impacting on rates. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Barnett?
Kelly, I pay totally for my own septic tank. It's a private system. Why are we spending so much money on private water supplies?
So
it is the responsibility of the landowner.
Correct. So the $50,000 that we have in there is actually to do an assessment to scope what is the problem, how many people fall into which category. So it's more actually doing a stock take, working out which ones supply themselves. The example you gave, they have their own septic tank or they have their own well, they're classified as a domestic supplier, versus which ones are actually now going to get captured by the requirements of Te Mata Arawai, and they will actually need to make sure that they are registered and that they meet the basic requirements that the regulator is requiring. So we won't actually be doing any work as part of that $50,000 to upgrade their supplies or anything like that. It's more of a stock take. And even talking to DIA, their position on this has been that even currently, as a local authority, we have a responsibility that's more your sanitary assessments under Section 125 of the Local Government Act. So we've already got a responsibility now to make sure, whether it's a public or a private supply, that our community has both safe water supplies and also wastewater disposal systems.
Is that what other districts are doing as well?
Yes, we have met with Christchurch City to see their approach to how they're collecting information, using a slightly different approach, but we're learning from the work that they're doing. I'm aware that some of the Otago councils have already gone through an exercise to scope how many private supplies they have within their district.
Okay, Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. The water metering investigations at 5K and universal water metering assessment at 30K, can you just elaborate on what the difference is between the two? One question. And second, do we have a figure for district-wide water metering? Is this going to be part of the assessment, or can you give us an idea if in fact that becomes part and parcel of reforms down the track?
So the difference between the two projects, the water metering investigations, the $5,000 figure is actually for the metering of our extraordinary users, so our large water users within the district. The $30,000 for the universal water metering assessment, so that's effectively looking at what would be, so that's a specific study that's being undertaken by PDU at the moment, and it's actually doing that assessment of what would it cost to implement universal metering across the district, what would be the benefits, and is there a benefit cost in actually going through that process. So that exercise was last done back in about 2010, and it's effectively updating that previous assessment work.
Okay, Councillor Blakey.
Favourite topics, backflow prevention. That's user pays for the installation. So what does the 50 grand cover in that graph?
So backflow prevention is one of the key parts of our water safety plans. So that work is actually doing the upfront survey and classification of all of the properties, so determining whether they fall into the category of high risk, medium risk or low risk, and it's undertaking all of the administration to actually liaise with those property owners and make sure that they're putting in the correct device at the boundary.
Further questions? Someone, Councillor Williams, prepared to move. Seconded by Councillor Ward. Do you wish to speak?
No, it's good to see under budget, and Councillor Blakey, I did ask about that backflow one as well myself, and got the right answers. Yes, so but no, a lot of these costs are actually getting pushed onto us, so we've got no choice really.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Ford, I'm sorry. Yes, I forgot to note your name down. No, it's all right. No, it wasn't that. Councillor Ward, do you wish to speak? Any further speakers? No need for right of reply unless you want to. You can reply to yourself. I've put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thanks, Kelly. So we're at 6:11 now, which is water supply staff submission. Colin.
Good afternoon. So this report, as you'll be aware, is to cover off proposed changes to the water supply budgets from the draft long-term plan. In preparation for the delivery of the 21-22 capital program, we've started work on a number of the projects, and as part of doing this more detailed work, we've identified some projects where we need additional budget to deliver the scope required. In total, these required changes are about 4% of the value of next year's water supply capital program, or about 0.4% of the full 10-year program. So, although it would be nice not to have any in the scheme of things, it's not a huge change, and it's really just a reflection of trying to get onto these projects and going into that next level of detail now, which has picked out some of these things that we need to adjust. So that's the bulk of the report, is seeking those adjustments to budgets. The only other note in the report, which was covered in the briefing to the Utilities and Roading Committee, is that there are some items that we do expect to change within the life of the long-term plan, in particular with drinking water standards changes, which aren't at a state yet that they can be accurately priced and included. So it's just a note that there may be other changes as the new standards are released and come out, which we'll have to keep the council briefed on as well. But happy to take any questions on that.
Thanks, Colin. Any questions? Someone prepared to move the recommendation? Did you have a, oh, you had a question, Jim?
Thanks, Colin. The capacity to deliver this extra budget, is that an issue at all?
No, we're comfortable with the capacity because we're not adding in projects. We've just updated our cost estimates, and I think the reason we've picked these up now is because we are getting onto them now, so we're getting into that design stage already. So we're confident with these ones that we are already underway on them and comfortable with them.
Okay, so did you indicate Councillor Ward was? Oh no, so Councillor Doody, seconded by Councillor Williams. Councillor Doody, do you wish to speak?
So once again, thank you very much, Colin. It's a very, very good report, and well, keep up the good work.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Any further speakers? I'll put that. All those in favour, aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So we're now on to 6:12, which is the drainage staff submissions. So that's Kelly and Jared. Thanks, Colin. Thank you.
So this report is to request 5 changes to the drainage budgets. Request for additional budget for planting at Pentecost SMA that's being constructed this financial year, just been completed. Additional budget for Kauai Ave retaining wall as part of the Three Brooks enhancement work. Also on the North Brook between Janelle to White Street for some additional budget for retaining wall, hydro seeding and design work. And Norton Place, we're actually just requesting for that project to be pushed out and that was part of a report that went to the Utilities and Roading Committee, so pushing out the construction budget from 21-22 through to 22-23. And finally, Mill Road Stormwater Management Area in Ahoka, no changes are requested there, but it's just noting that the construction estimate is currently higher than the remaining construction budget, and we're just flagging that we'll be looking at doing all we can to deliver that project within the current budgets we've got available. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Kelly. Any questions? So we have a recommendation. Someone prepared to move. I'll move it. Someone prepared to second it. Seconded Rob. Just briefly, thank you. Excellent work as always. I should have said the same when Colin was here as well. We really appreciate what you and the team do. It's excellent work, and yes, it's a very big work program, and Jim is right to observe that before. There's a lot going on, so just want to acknowledge that, as well as all the Three Waters work that's going on too. So thank you, Kelly, for that. Robbie, do you wish to get Brian? Any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Wastewater. So, again, Kelly.
So the wastewater staff submission is requesting 3 changes to the ocean outfall, Kaiapoi renewals budgets, and Kaiapoi wastewater treatment plant planting. So in terms of the ocean outfall, there was a $40,000 budget next year for PLC replacement that we now have determined we no longer require. So we're asking for that budget to be removed. The Kaiapoi renewals has got a substantial change. So we did actually have budget in outer years for the replacement of the Chapman Place rising main. Now that is on the alignment of the stormwater pipe for the shovel ready project. So what we're asking for is for budget to be brought forward for that, but also for additional budget. So the total cost is higher than what we had in the budget. The net effect of that is it doesn't have an impact on rates because the Eastern Districts has a surplus within the renewals fund, so effectively the replacement of the works will be undertaken as part of the, will be funded from the renewals fund. The final thing to note is Kaiapoi wastewater treatment plant planting. You may be aware we're looking at the forest or the pines planted around the outsides of the western, northern and eastern sides of the treatment plant, and coming up with a strategy for taking those, harvesting those trees and then also replanting those. What we've asked for is a budget within the...
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I don't need to get that thing turned off. I'm sick of it.
Within the 22-23 financial year. So that will actually mean that we're going to spend next financial year just planning out our strategy for that. So we're getting some advice from forestry consultants at the moment in terms of how we potentially can stage that. There's a number of different things here that we need to juggle with regards to impact on adjacent property owners, midge management, as well as making sure we get the best return for the trees that are within that area. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Followed by Councillor
Well, you
Ward.
sort of covered off where you think, I'm sure you look at me. Given the problems we had last time when we removed the trees totally around with smell and wind and so on, please tell me you're not looking at moving the trees in totality before you plant.
We're getting advice on that at the moment. So what we're meeting with a forestry consultant on is a 2-stage approach where we're actually on the western boundary, which is probably the boundary of most concern. There's 80-metre width of trees, and we're proposing at the moment to take it down in 2 stages. So there will always be at least a 40-metre barrier of existing trees there, but we're getting advice on that. We will actually bring a report to Utilities and Roading Committee once we have a strategy for the removal of trees at the Kaiapoi wastewater treatment plant, as well as the proposed planting as well. So
can I suggest you get some advice from the western people who lived down that area when they were removed last time? They'll tell you.
Along Ferry Road?
No, further down.
Okay.
Councillor Ward.
My question exactly the same as Councillor Atkinson. But, I can tell you that pittosporums are natives and leafy all year round and quick growing. So, they might be a good option.
Yes. Well, I take. Yeah. I think. Yeah. I think. Have you considered that as an option? Thank you. Sorry. Councillor Mealing, so I hope it's a question.
It is a question. So just with regard to the tree removal, you did mention, you kind of touched on what I was about to ask you, a rate of return for those trees. Now I see that we've got a proposed new budget of $50,000 for landscape planting there. Do you have any kind of idea of what kind of return that we might get for the mature trees as they're harvested, or does it depend on the bulk amount that we remove at a time?
So that's part of what we're getting advice on. The preliminary advice that we've got, and we're working with our property team on this, is at the Kaiapoi wastewater treatment plant, there are areas of trees that are mature now, ready for harvest, and that they would get a return from. But there are areas, like along the eastern boundary, where effectively they're low quality trees, and we wouldn't get much of a return from those trees. So the budget that we've got in there is for planting. We are hopeful that the actual removal operation would be cost neutral, or hopefully would be a slight return in our favour.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? So we have a recommendation. Some prepared to move. Councillor Mealings, you're prepared to move that? Excellent. Seconded by Councillor Ward. Nikki, do you wish to say anything? Okay, Councillor Ward. Okay, further speakers? Councillor Williams.
I just hope we do look after the neighbours and get the pittosporums, hopefully, or something like that, growing first before we actually take them all out and make a problem for ourselves, because that was originally was proposed, I understand, and I think it's very important to look after our community when we do this type of scenario.
Okay, Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, look, very quickly, I think I alluded to in my questioning, but certainly neighbours around there remember the last time the trees were moved from there, and I live not too far away from there myself. Plus, we now have beech grove that wasn't there before. So, can I suggest if you remove the trees and there is an easterly wind, it's not rocket science. We know which way the smell of the plant's going to go, and we know exactly what's going to happen with the community if indeed they do get that smell.
Further speakers? Right of reply, Councillor Mealings.
Just simply echo the concerns of my fellow councillors that, yes, I think some earlier planting of some fast-growing species to start to mitigate the issues with smell coming from the removal of those trees would be prudent.
Okay, I'm going to put the recommendation now. All those in favour, aye. Contrary, declare that carried. We're now at 6.14. Water and Sanitary Service Assessment. Kelly. Cool.
So this report aligns with the $50,000 that I referred to about four reports ago. This effectively sets out the approach that we plan to take in terms of spending that money.
Here's Sophie, if she wants to jump.
Straight up. So you can aim all of the curly questions at Sophie. So effectively this sets out a number of different options in terms of how we actually approach and resource this. And what we're recommending is that it's option 2, which is a $50,000 budget, where effectively we are going to be using an in-house team where we may have contracted staff to help deliver this project. So happy to take any questions, or Sophie will answer any as well.
Thank
Apologies
you.
for lateness.
That's no trouble. Any questions? It's moved by Councillor Atkinson, seconded by Councillor Blackie. Do you wish to speak? Any further speakers? Put that. All those in favour, aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Excellent. Easiest questions you faced. Thank you. We're now at solid waste.
Just a question in terms of the order of the agenda. Did you want to do all of the UNR?
Well, I was going to do all the
Yep.
whites. Sorry, do these pages first.
That's fine. Yep.
There isn't many. Hold on. Well, we've only got Kitty's paper to do now, and then that's all your papers done, apart from
Ravenswood and Belgrove. But I think that's a good idea if we just work through those.
If we just finish these now, and then we'll be on to submission points. Yeah. So, Kitty, please. Welcome, by the way.
I'm presuming I'm not actually covering much off. I'm not even going to read through my summary, which is quite long. So I'll just assume you have read the paper, and I'm happy to take questions.
It's fine. If there's any main points you want to raise, it's no trouble. But we have read it all, so all good. Any questions? There's a recommendation. Someone moved by Councillor Bryan, seconded by Councillor Barnett. Wish to speak? Any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, aye. Contrary, carried. I think that's the easiest year you've had yet, really.
It is the best.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, Kitty. We're now at 6.16 Ravenswood Park and Ride land purchase. So it's Joanne. Welcome, Joanne.
Oh, thank you. This feels like roading speed dating.
Didn't know there was such a thing, but clearly there is. We've missed out, team.
Yeah.
Right.
So just to keep this very brief, this report is asking that budget which we had in our in the long-term plan for property purchase in Ravenswood of $400,000 be moved out a year, as we've got some work to do. First, to identify a site. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Barnett?
Just very quickly, I noticed that their stages are being released much more quickly than anticipated previously. Will that have any impact on if we miss out, if we're running out of time to get space?
No, I don't think so. Like, we've already started those discussions with developers, and I think need to look slightly wider at the Wood End area to make sure we are getting an appropriate site. So.
Okay. Thank you. Further questions? Moved to Councillor Barnett, seconded by Councillor Ward. Councillor Barnett.
Just to say delighted, I'm just delighted to see staff pushing a budget out. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Ward. Okay. Any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Now at 6.17, which is you, Joanne, as well, I think. You and Kelly, isn't it? So this is Belgrove Development. Hi, Kelly.
Hello, thank you. So these projects that are part of this report have come about from ongoing discussions with the developer as we've kind of progressed what they're looking to do and how that fits in with the structure plan. So the timing of us getting an understanding of what we are looking to do here wasn't such that it could be included in the long-term plan. So the value of the works has triggered a special consultative process, but the majority of the works are funded through development contributions rather than rates. We have started working with the policy team, the comms team, and governance to get this process, I guess, mapped out pending approval here. And we will be looking to bring a further report to select a hearings panel if you approve us commencing with the SCP. With that, I'll try and be brief and take any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Ward, followed by Councillor Barnett.
Just a quick question. I note there's a house at the end of McPhail Avenue and on Kippenberger Avenue. Is that required as part of the roundabout, and is that needed to be purchased?
Probably just need to be careful about the answer to that question, I would say. It's all right in the public arena.
Yeah, I agree. That house is in the alignment of the road and is part of our consideration for that roundabout. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Barnett.
Just a process question, probably more for Jared actually. I know you've got circulates this report to the Ringarooma Community Board. Is there any reason why this wasn't brought to the Ringarooma Community Board for input about the local area first?
Yeah, I suppose there's a couple of reasons. One is the Rangiora Community Board have been consulted in the past about the structure planning for this area. This report specifically relates to development contributions, and we normally don't go and consult the community board where in relation to development contributions. The other thing is this has happened at pace. So we've been in Kelly, Joanne and I are in ongoing and active discussions with the major developer in this area, and this has been put in at the last minute and it did miss the LTP consultation. So look, but you raise a good point. We, as this progresses, we should be updating and discussing with and getting input from the community board. Some of the areas will be the treatment of Kippenberger Ave. I know that's an area that's quite important. Linkages through to the sports facility. So yeah, it's a good reminder for us that we should be making a point of trying to be proactive in terms of engagement with the community board.
Any further questions? You're prepared to move, Councillor Ward. Seconded by Councillor Barnett. Wish to speak, Councillor Ward.
Thank you. I've noticed coming out of McPhail Ave, I choose that route now from below Northbrook Road to go east to Woodend, as opposed to going down and trying to turn right from Five Crossroads. And it's very, very busy, and there's so much traffic there. So the roundabout is a really good option in them as well. And I thoroughly support this resolution. Thank you.
Councillor Barnett.
No, really happy to see this. It's a common sense report. I've actually seen quite a few near misses at that intersection. That area is getting busier, and we are in desperate need of some of that subdivision. So it's very good to see that this is progressing quite fast. Thank you.
Okay, so it's moved and seconded. Any further speakers? Do you wish to respond to anything there, Councillor Ward?
Good, thank you.
Okay. Put the recommendation. All those in favour, aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Right, so we now come to the page 151. 10 minutes and then we'll break for afternoon tea. So, Jared, have you got the pages there as we go through? Sorry, we'll...
Pulling it up.
Okay, I just was giving you a moment to catch up.
Thank you. Just jumping from one to the other. So
it's roading, so if Joanne wants to be here,
Joanne,
she's welcome to. She doesn't have to be, but you can have a bit more of us than speed dating if you like. Not that I've ever done that actually, but apparently it's a lot of fun. Never done it.
Fun for who? Too much information.
That's all right. I'm sure people out there have a sense of humour. All right. All right.
Got the...
yep, so we're just going to move through these now, but I just wanted to make sure you were there with us.
So what page are you on?
151.
Okay. Yep.
So 1.51 in the white page in our book. Okay, so 151.
Okay.
152. 153. 154. I think we just need to add in here in the recommendation to submitters that the bypass was added through the RLTP the other day. So and also the wider narrative that there's been advocacy to the minister. We've got the NZTA officials to visit. So there's a story there that could be bolstered, would be appreciated. 156, 157, Have we got the figures for Park and Ride yet? Yeah.
We did circulate some
Yeah.
information that we did have.
So can we add these into these answers? This one here is asking about Park and Ride. It would be good if we did add what those figures are in there. Yep.
I'll have a look at what can be
Yeah,
added.
that'd be great.
I don't think so at the moment because I guess it's trying to paint the full picture with the
Okay.
figures and they're only giving us a little
Okay,
snapshot
all right.
of part.
I think it's a good point though. When we do know what they are, we should, because there's a lot of interest in it. So, 158, 159, 160, 161.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sorry, 160 is it?
161.
Yes.
I'm struggling to see what recommendation we're actually going with regard
Oh.
to this. It's option 1, option 2, and we're not actually saying any other than what utilities and roading has already said. So I'm assuming we're sticking with that utilities and roading.
So what
Yeah,
it's
that's-
saying here in the
that's
staff
correct.
submission is, oh yes, I see what you mean. Jared, do you?
That's correct. So we are. So we need to make that much more clear. I
Yeah.
agree that is confusing.
Well spotted. Thank you. 161, 162, 163, 164, 165. When we're talking about the walking and cycling network plan, can we say who's been involved in that? Because there's quite a stakeholder group, isn't there? Be helpful just to spell that out a bit more. 166, 167, 168, 169, 170. So with this one here, we had a submitter come and speak to us about this area. I wonder if it's an opportunity that we should look at this location, and I wonder if our staff could look at what the options are and report to our community board and also back to council whether there's any minor safety opportunities with this area. It was raised quite strongly at ours, and I've noticed on the community Facebook pages it's been subject to quite a bit of discussion. So I think if we could call for a report on that, and if that could be included in there, that would be helpful.
So I think what I had suggested with that one is that it would be considered against and prioritised with the other projects within the walking and cycling plan. Because I guess there's going to have to be those trade-offs
There
for
are.
where and when we prioritise works.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but it's a specific issue locally. It's about kids that they've raised and road safety. I think it can feed into that exercise, but calling for report, I think would be to add within the work program would be appreciated, and work with the board and come back to council. Kirsten?
Could you also possibly work with the like the community team and people like that to talk about the option of doing it as a shared project with the community, because that's how we achieved wood end to wood end beach. So it doesn't have to be all council funded, because if it doesn't meet the high priority projects, is what I'm sort of thinking.
Yeah, I'm just not aware whether there's a community group out there that would drive that project or not.
Well, there could,
yeah.
there actually could be. There's a really strong feeling about it, so perhaps link in with Nikki as well. She's pretty well skilled with who's out there.
Okay.
Councillor Doody?
Just with this one, would that go through to road safety as well? Because we've got a meeting next month. Because that's all with Tram Road and things like that.
Oh, we haven't quite got to that page yet, so that's page, so
sorry.
this is Karen Hardy. Is that the same one, is it? Yeah, it is.
This is
Yeah,
the shared
that's
path on
right.
Tram Road.
Yep. Okay. This is a petition she's put forward. Okay. All right. Yeah, Nikki?
I think it's important to note that when it comes to what's being requested by Mrs. Hardy, it is a safety issue, and the school's catchment actually goes out into that wider area, which the children have no choice but to hit 100K roads to get into school. Otherwise, they have to get in a car, which of course we all know Swannanoa has had historically. It has had historic issues with cars, vehicle safety, bus safety, talking about their speed limits and whatnot. It would be great to take cars off the road around that pickup drop-off zone, and the only way to do that is to get people taking active transport, and right now there just isn't a safe option for that, and there's a huge groundswell of people really willing to fight for that. There was a lot of disappointment from one of our community board member that was put on that cycling group whenever she found that basically the strategy was really only meant, in her words, for urban people. And our rural areas do actually need to have some consideration in this, because it's not just a recreational thing, but it's also a safety matter. So if we can't drop the speed limit in front of a school that's on a 100K zone, then perhaps we can actually help them out by adding something that makes it safer for kids to get to school on a bike.
I think this could be a really positive discussion if we have it right. So if we could focus as we've talked of. You're happy with that direction?
Yeah.
Okay. 171. 172. 173. 174. Yes.
Talked about in here, this is probably part of the wider Kaipoi to Woodend discussion that has come up in a lot of submissions. But it talks about assessing route options between Kaipoi and Woodend, and it talks about the board workshop Kaipoi to Hiwi. I just wonder why Woodend Sefton isn't involved in that conversation if it's a Kaipoi to Woodend discussion. Well, so...
Apologies, I can update that because they have been.
They've all been involved?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I
mean,
that's
it's...
because this submission was particularly from that board.
It was talking about the paper road in the Kaipoi part,
Yeah.
but the intention was to take it right through to Woodend, I'm thinking.
Yeah. Sorry, I'd written the response because I think that came via Martin, obviously from
Martin's
the Kaipoi
wider one.
Community Board.
I guess it's just if we're looking the perspective of Woodend Sefton maybe, but that route is not suitable because it's not a direct route to the school. So there's I just wanted to make sure that both ends were covered.
Okay. 175.
I'm happy with what's it's
yes,
it's good.
Good job.
Yeah, it is good job.
176. 177. Now this one here, we have since discussed. There is going to be a recommendation on a speed review in Oxford. So, from what we discussed yesterday at management, it was to be added in, and that picks up the community board discussion recently. So, can we add that in? And I would suggest that the wording probably needs to be reconsidered as a consequence of that. It's quite a big answer. If we're reviewing the speed limit, that's actually all they're asking. That's what they want. So we could reduce that answer because we're reviewing it. We're not guaranteeing that it will go to where they want it to be, but we're reviewing the speed limit. Yep.
Is that outside the review of the whole district?
No, it's going to be done.
Part
Yes,
of the whole
it's been
district
added to
review.
it.
Thank you. That's
Yep.
Just making sure you didn't have any comments on the dark skies one, which is the one just before.
No, we were happy with
that's
that.
Good.
I think.
No, that's all right.
Yep.
I thought you would.
So
be.
what we're doing is we're just flicking the pages, and if people have views different, they'll let me know. 179, 180, 181. Yep.
I know we've got to run the other start conditions.
Should that be subject to land transport or the Wakataki funding as well, rather than because that's setting precedent with us with new footpaths without government funding on it.
Due to answer,
Yes, I agree. We should make that clarification.
So it's
Yep.
only-
That is
we
would
only
be
do-
subject to Wakakatahi co-funding.
Cool. Thank you.
That's what. So we put 450 in there, didn't we? And that was subject to. Yes, we did make that clear at the time. I'm pretty sure we did.
Yeah, I would have to go back and check the wording, but yes, it may well have been.
But will that impact on the delivery of that this coming year? Because that's what we.
If we weren't successful in gaining funding, I guess that would need to be a report back to council for a decision on how you wanted to proceed.
Okay. I just couldn't remember exactly what we had resolved in that regard. Sorry, I can't hear you, Councillor. Sorry, did you have a question?
I wanted to know what the work was that was going on at the moment
Oh,
through the
right.
middle of Tuahua.
Sewer upgrades, isn't it?
Is that sewer?
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so there's
Because
the
paths being
current
cleansed,
work. There's we're doing three things at once: water, sewer, and the traffic calming measures associated with the speed limit as
Okay.
one package of work.
All right. So, yes, so 181, 182, 183, 184. I just wonder if the back end of that is right. As such, the upgraded Te Pito Road should be carried at a time when development occurs and the roading financial contributions are paid. Do we think we want? Is that the way we want to express that?
We could look at trying to package that a little bit better,
Yep.
but we do need to,
Yeah,
we'd use things like consideration of contributions as well. Rather
Yep,
than,
I'm sure you'll massage that. Thank you. 185. I think we should. Yep. Sorry. You go. Yep.
I just wanted to clarify what budget we have in the 10-year plan for the Ohoka Road, Island Road intersection. In terms of a program, do we have a placeholder for that?
So for Island Ohoka?
For around about all traffic lights?
Yes, yeah, we do have a budget, 1.3 million from memory. I'm just trying to think, sorry, on the...
Submitted. It is in the program and where it is and where, but we're just obviously subject to funding from Wakatahi.
Sorry, was this 184?
It's the bottom of 185. Yeah.
You've just put in there that it's a high. The staff recommendations over the page, but it said it's a high priority and other things, but it doesn't say there's any funding in the 10-year plan. Any placeholder budget for it?
Okay, I can put the year in.
Just, yep, a bit more on that. Thank you.
So just back at 18. Thank you, Councillor Barnett. 185 and the top of 185 in the box. Could we also add in around the footpath as well, and that back to the submitter? We're going to put a footpath in there as well, subject to funding. Wakatahi funding, as Councillor Williams mentioned before. Okay, we're at at 186. We're going to have a break now. We're at Southbrook Road enhancements. Quarter of an hour, yes.
With the Southbrook Road.
No, we're going to come back to that, Joan.
Are you?
I'm going to call a
Okay.
break now because
All right.
I was trying to find a logical break point. There's not one, so let's do now and back at 20 past 4. Okay. You know how we've been talking about. right, we're going to whip through some writing, and I did say that our other staff to come back about 4:30, so we'll try and finish the writing submissions, and then we'll move on to back to the historic or the PLC submission. Okay.
Did you want to do the Three Waters submissions
Why don't we just do that
after the rating?
Yes. Look, we're just going to keep running through. We're going to finish the whole lot today, hopefully. All right. So we're at Southbrook Road enhancements now. So that's Rangireshi Community Board. Yes, Councillor, you're going to ask a question, yes, or a point? Did you have a correction?
Question. With the Southbrook Road enhancements, should we be mentioning that that we're looking at other options, i.e. an eastern bypass, to sort of alleviate the? I know that we're underway with trying to resolve this issue.
Why don't we just add in the words I was going to suggest here, add the working part, that there's a working party and that the board chair is included, also around the signalised crossing and the eastern bypass has been mentioned, so that answers the board's direct questions there, okay? Is that okay with you, Councillor Ward? Okay, any other? All right. So we're at 188. I think we can add in there those points raised before around Woodend, raised earlier, just to add those back in there, working with the NZTA officials to see the improvements delivered. Asked for the RLTP has asked for the bypass to be bought out of Horizon projects or whatever the terminology was. All right. 189. Do you think we should also put in here in our answer that we have advocated on tram road improvements with NZTA, particularly at the bridge? That picks up that, what's the lady's name, Nikki, that we... Sorry? Elsa. It's not Elsa, but the lady that met with us last year. Daughter had the accident. Tina Dudley. Yeah, so, yeah. Okay, 190. 191. In our response, could we sort of indicate to Mr. Spark, thanking him for his willingness to work with the council, because I thought that was a really good offer from him. Just to 192.
I know we're waiting for ECAN to come back to us about the Timaru trial, but had we thought about doing some sort of investigation about ourselves in terms of intra-town connectivity, because that's been raised in the youth forum, it's been raised in elderly persons forum. It's something that if we may not get anything from ECAN for years. So is there a possibility of investigating that more closely ourselves?
Well, through the My Way my understanding through staff will correct me if I'm wrong, but they were looking to trial it in other locations within the greater Christchurch area, and they haven't decided. I know Selwyn's put their hand up for it, but it would be really good if we could also put our hand up for that trial, because that's effectively what it is. It's kind of a more on-demand service. Do you want to add anything here, Joanne?
I was just going to say we do have the minibus trust, I think, too, that also does provide a service and does get some ECAN support. I know they have trouble getting drivers, at times. Yeah. We do obviously have the new bus services, even the Pegasus to Rangiora, and I understand even patronage on that has been very low. So that will continue to be a bit of an ongoing challenge for us.
But certainly the My Way trial, if that's possible, and our district could be involved in that, furthering that would be, I think, a really good outcome. Okay. Well, if we could look into that, this is an action point, that would be really good. 193. 194, 195, excuse me, 196.
Sorry, but I think the actual answer doesn't match the question on the roundabout at Lehmans and Oxford Road. The answer talks about Fernside, Flaxton, Skewbridge, but they're actually talking about Main Road, Oxford Road, and Lehmans Road outside the vet centre. And they're talking about a roundabout there. So the answer doesn't match the question.
I was, I guess, trying to set a little bit of a scene in terms of the wider context of what we're looking at, and under note 5 had put that we have a roundabout planned there in 25-26. So sorry, that was just trying to set a little bit of context.
Yeah, iPad. Oh, so it's a good answer. Yeah.
No, just...
It's a good answer, yeah.
Okay,
But yeah, when you read it,
I read it through and I thought it's all talking about Skewbridge. And
197, 198, 199, we're into Three Waters now, so you can tag team off and speed dating there. Come again. All right, Three Waters, so 200. Just wondered, can we please add to this that we strongly submitted on this and presented to the select committee on this topic around the water services bill, and even if you want to summarise some of our submission points on it, but we've got a good answer in that space. 201, 202, 203. We probably want to add in our response back here that we are looking at a district-wide, that the district-wide rating review will consider this, because that's to come up in the next financial year. So, okay, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208. Now, I did signal to the residents when they were here that we would would come out and have another catch up with them. So, can we include that in our answer? And I guess, Jared, it's about Denise just working that through with governance around setting up that time, but we did offer that to them at the time, that we'd be happy to come back out and catch up around their issues, the remaining matters they wanted us to see. 209, 210, 211, 212. Yes. Can you turn your microphone on, please? Thank you. That's all right.
211, I note we removed the culvert back in 1996, presumably for a district-wide benefit. In terms of flooding, it was restricting flow, but now we're saying it's a private issue if you want to put the culvert back. I just wondered if that seemed fair.
The culvert was removed by council back in 1996 because it was undersized and it was causing an adverse effect on the road. So they were consulted at the time and they agreed to the removal of the culvert. And it's only been in recent years that they have, because we've done other works in neighbouring properties upstream, they are now asking for council to fund fund a new culvert to one of their lots. So they do actually have a culvert there, to access one of their lots. So it's two neighbouring lots that they actually own. Our understanding is they actually want to develop the second lot, and so they're just looking at whether council would fund that for them.
Councillor Williams.
Who had put the undersized culvert in them, or the council originally? Was it one of their culverts or one of ours? Which one we removed?
I'm not 100% sure on that. I believe it was a private crossing that was installed. Whether we provided advice on the sizing of it, at that point in time when it was removed, we made it clear to them that they would be responsible for reinstating a culvert or a bridge crossing.
Okay, 211, 212, 213, 214. Tag team back in. Then it's back, so.
Just a minute, just if I may, in general, I don't know how people will feel about this, but in reply to the runanga this year, in totality, I just wonder whether we have it translated into Te Reo to go back to them as a gesture of good.
Oh, it's a good idea. That's possible. Well, let's we should do it in both. Well, let's see what's possible, but it's a good suggestion. Yeah.
Look, we'd have to look at how achievable that is, but yes.
Yes. At least the greeting parts at the very least, and the ending parts. But if the pieces can be done, then that would be good. Thank you. Good suggestion. 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222. Yes.
The wording on that. Templeton Group, once a way forward has been agreed to, a plan for vesting the lake will be required. I don't like that wording. A plan for vesting the lake will be required when the situation has been resolved, not once a way forward has been agreed to.
Yep.
Just to make that crystal clear that we're not taking that thing over until it's fixed.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, we probably won't be quite as crystal clear as you would like, but I understand the intent that you've got there. Yep.
Okay, 223. I think that's you done, Jared, isn't it? District plan. I think the rest is district plan, isn't it?
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you and team. Good work. Probably the easiest budget round you've been through, really. Unless there's nothing else to cover in yours.
But the development contribution submission. Yeah.
There is district development matter here. I think that's more Tracy or Trevor's area. We can just double check that if you like. I think that's it. Okay. I'm just double checking quickly. $220 was development contributions, I think. So, yep, let's just double check that. Yep, so that's done. Thank you. Thanks, team. Cheers. You can come tomorrow if you like. So should we revisit the topic that we're waiting? Are you ready to do that now? Trevor, if you could just wait for a minute. Let me just put a flag in the page where I need to. Okay. So, all right, so we're back on pages 67 and 68. Hey? Seems like a lifetime ago. Welcome back. Where's your tie, Grant? Isn't it tie day? Well, you've succeeded. There we are. All right, so what did you find out, team?
We had a couple of conversations with a few people, and there is more than the 84 currently in the budget, but there is money which has already been allocated to some ecology-based projects, which hasn't been dished out yet. So the 84 is where we're sitting at the moment, with that money which has already been allocated to those other projects.
So is it, when you say more than 84, what's the totality?
I think there's around $140,000 in the budget at the moment. I don't have a list of the projects at the moment, but that information came from Gina, who's the one that's actually managing that fund at the moment. The ones that were approved as part of the last round of that group making those approvals for ecology funds.
So there's 84,000 left that hasn't been allocated.
Yep.
And was the intent still what we discussed, that be split?
So the intention was that would be split next year, with half of that going into the Heritage Fund and half of it going into the Biodiversity Fund, and then the Biodiversity Fund would grow, as was explained by Grant, up until it gets to around that 100,000 in year 10, with I believe it was the 15,000 remaining to be added to the historical fund every single year. So that does build up again as well.
So the 15k, when does that get added? When's that to be added? And is it 15 each year to both funds, or
that's still
split?
remaining in the budget, as was already always there. So that will go to the historical fund. So that'll have $42,000 next year, and then it'll have, it'll have 42 as the carryover, and then an extra 15 added, and then an extra 15 year on year after that.
And what's the status of the ecological fund? Will the split fund, will that also have funds added to it as well? It's 42, and is that an extra 15?
No, so Grant just said next year it's held. There's nothing next year.
So it's year 2, and it's 8, and then it progressively goes to 15.
Yep.
So then it's to build up on that basis, okay? So there's 42 in the Heritage Fund,
yep,
plus 15 next year and 15 the year after, and to go up by 15 every year. Is that right?
Apparently it's not 15 next year. It's
no.
8
so
next year, and then 15.
So is this the Heritage Fund?
The Heritage Fund
goes, so it's 8.
Yep.
Then to 15,
Yep.
and the same with the ecological.
No, the ecological one goes up at a much faster rate. So the next year there's nothing additional for the ecological one.
Okay.
But then it goes up quite significantly up until it reaches around, it was 100, but it's been CPI adjusted, so the budget looks like around 116 or something in year 10 of the long-term plan at the moment.
So the question is whether we add to that fund to top the fund up.
So we had a little bit of a discussion with Matt Bacon around the BNZ building specifically, in terms of what I guess the two options we saw being on the table. One option is to specifically grant money to for the BNZ building, if that's what council wants to do, because they're identifying that that's where they want the money to go. The other option is to increase the Heritage Fund, but in increasing the Heritage Fund, you would be understanding that the reason you're doing that is because you want the BNZ building to be judged on its merits against other buildings in a contestable process.
Correct.
Alongside those other buildings, and you're providing extra money to reflect the fact that there's that building, but there's also other buildings which need to be assessed, as opposed to putting the money into that Heritage Fund with the intention that it would go to the BNZ, because that seems like a bit of...
We were in workshop last time, so we'll do it again, but that's personally what I feel comfortable about doing, the latter part, is adding to it, but on the condition that it's contestable, because it's not fair to other groups otherwise. I have a great deal of sympathy for this, but it would just need to stack up against other applications that go on. I'm quite, I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I'm quite happy to support Philip's topping that fund up. Was it 58,000? Was it? Is that what you were proposing?
I didn't actually provide a figure.
Oh well, I thought you'd proposed to top. Oh, okay.
I
I
did.
can't remember what it was
Yeah.
now. Yeah. Okay. Yes, sure. Well, it's sort of workshop, so let's. It's easier that way before we get into recommendations.
Can I just ask
I'll come to
time
you, Sandra.
frame,
Yep.
though, because I was just, oh, sorry.
That's you first, then
Okay,
Sandra.
sorry. Just asking time frame, though, if we decide today to top it up, when is the next application round, and how long is it going to take, and what time frame is the B&Z, because the B&Z we've been waiting for ages. How long will it be before the B&Z people have an answer?
So there's no application round as such. People can apply all the time.
Anytime, okay.
Occasionally we go out and do some advertising and call for applications just to
Okay,
sort of
cool.
let people know again. I just asked Simon basically that same question, but mine was more around the timing of the BNZ building and whether there was time pressures associated with that. The BNZ building's already under construction, and as long as they were aware of the fact that there was a contestable process that they could apply for, they could apply for it now, being that there's money sitting there now, but they can also apply after July as well. So the time frame's not hugely...
Doesn't the fund say it can't be retrospective? The fund says it can't be retrospective.
There's nothing to stop us advertising that fund anytime.
No, but if they do work...
Yes, I understand. Yeah.
The work is currently underway.
So
if it doesn't meet the criteria within that fund, if that's a rule within that fund, then...
Yeah, well, anyway, that's a good point, though. Okay, Councillor Stewart?
That was my question, because what has happened in the period after the quake was we left applications to the funds, both funds, the vegetation and the building fund, to build up until we had a few, and then we had a hearing, and there were a number that were retrospective because of that process. So my question is now is because Jed and Mark came for a grant, and they were also advised that they could apply to the fund, and I suggested that they do apply to the fund, and as soon as we get an application, we can have a hearing or evaluate it. So, I mean, that's my understanding, and really they have to do the work, put the receipts in, and then they get refunded. They apply, they can apply currently doing the work, but we've got to see the work. They don't get the money in advance of doing the work.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would be keen that if the council here wants to consider an application to the fund, that I know that they've got, talked about it with Chris last week, that they've actually been sent an application to the fund, that they fill it out, and then we reconvene a panel, which we'll usually do, and consider it. If we're going to wait until we have, like we did before, 10 applications, then they're going to be long through their process, long through their build.
Councillor Atkinson was saying that there are a couple of years in terms of that project. It's a big job. It's not going to be done in 2 seconds. So, is anyone against topping the fund up? Is there anyone opposed to doing it? And the suggestion on the table before was around 60,000. Is there comfort in doing that? Let's do it. So we'll need a recommendation to the. So let's. Well, it approves. I'm just looking here at our recommendation. It's effectively. Approves an additional $60,000 to be applied to the council's Heritage, Biodiversity and Ecological Fund. That's effectively what we need to do, but on the condition that it's not being split off to the other fund. On the 2 funds, it's the 60,000 to the Heritage Fund. Is that the correct term? It's just the Heritage Fund, isn't it? Does that make... Yep.
Could I just ask What's the effect on the rate increase by doing 60?
This is, so that will be 0.1, so it puts us up to 2.3, is it, Jeff? Oh.
Wishful thinking.
Sorry, it's been a long day. Is there comfort in that? Are we?
I just wondered, Mr Mayor, it doesn't necessarily have to be topped up to 100, because the other number tossed around was 50,000, and if we topped it up to a little over that, it would only be $8,000 or $10,000 at this point.
That would utilise the whole fund, and that's the concern. You know, it's just proposing an amount here. Is there comfort in that? Okay. So it's a one-off. Adrian, have we captured that? I'll need a seconder for that. So we got, just for clarity, let's just bring that back.
Approves an additional $60,000 to the Heritage Fund?
Yep.
21-22.
For 21-22. Okay, so that's seconded by Councillor Doody. Look, I think there's been a fair discussion on this. It's a Heritage One building, but it's really important that this fund whilst it's every encouragement for this particular project to go in there, but I think it's really important that it is contestable and it's considered in that criteria, because that's what it needs to be fair to everyone. Councillor Doody?
I'm happy with that, but like you said, it must be contestable.
Further speakers? Well, the 1, 2, 3, 4 wouldn't be needed. No, so it's a completely different amendment. They're out. But they weren't in to start with. So well, they were, because we moved them earlier, on block. So that's the amendment. Any further speakers? I'll put the amendment. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary. Declare that carried. Thanks, team. Nice to see you. Do come again. All right, so we're now okay, we're now at district plan, district development. So Trevor and the young girl Tracy.
I'm going to stick with that title.
Oh, sorry, that's 224. So we've got, you've got no, oh, sorry, yes, firstly we'll deal with 6.18, pages 323 to 332. So that's the Greater Christchurch Partnership Funding for Spatial Planning. Trevor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Rather fortuitously, Council was subject to a briefing yesterday from members of the Greater Christchurch Partnership. I think most of you were at that. That was by Anna Elphick and the Independent Chair, Jim Palmer. In that briefing, those guys ran through the background to the 2050 project in terms of the lofty visions that are sought to be achieved, talked about the spatial planning process underway, and it also talked about mass rapid transit as well. So much of those concepts that you would have heard yesterday are covered in this report, so I won't go over those again. What I have done for your benefit in this report is just to outline, I guess, sort of 3 key funding areas in recent times regarding those projects. One is some monies that have already been committed for the 2050 project, which is underway at the moment. The second is being able to fund some spatial planning contributions out of existing budget, so that's been achieved out of the existing budgets over the next 2 years. It does exhaust those budgets to and leave very little headroom left in that budget, but nonetheless we can fund it through those budgets at this stage. And the third part is really around the resource needed to contribute to the spatial planning project over the next 2 years and potentially beyond as its actions and tasks become more visible. and there's been a lot of sizing work done on the scope of the project, the inputs required, and effectively out of that work, which was independently assessed by RCP, Resource Coordination Partnerships, for the partnership, is that the council needs to, on average, provide a couple of staff over the course of the next couple of years to that project. We currently have the equivalent of one staff member, or just under, comprising part of Cameron Wood's time and Hiker Downey's time, and they both started on that project. But the purpose of this report is to seek funding for an additional staff member to contribute to that project. The suggestion here is that it is a fixed term appointment for 2 years, and the funding would be for that 2-year period.
Okay. Any questions? I think that's all really clear from yesterday. Councillor Barnett.
Trevor, you mentioned it being a fixed term, but noting that there's been difficulty finding planning staff, how attractive is that likely to be on the current market?
My personal view is it makes it a little bit more difficult. It's already a difficult environment, and I think we've talked before that if we do need to cast the net wide, then sometimes a fixed term contract can pose some challenges. For example, a family person who needs to move their family, for example, to the district. Nonetheless, I think we can use our HR department to ensure that the position is deemed to be attractive, and indeed the job itself is quite unique for Canterbury at this stage.
Great. So is there any further questions? There's a recommendation. Some are prepared to moved by Councillor Atkinson, seconded by, I'll second it. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mealings, you can second it. Yep. Well, Councillor Atkinson, do you wish to speak? Councillor Mealings? It's really important work, thanks team. Good report. Okay, further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Right, so that's that one there. So if we just move through the submission papers now, we're on pages 224. So this is Regulation and Planning District Development. So I'll just whip through these pages. 224, 225.
225.
Yep.
And the summary, it says Mr. John and Heather and Mrs. Mather.
Yeah, yeah. Might just want to remove one of the ends. Yeah, the second one preferably. All right. 226, 227, 228. We're now into civil defence, so that's still Tracy. So thanks Trevor for your. I don't think there's anything else you need to cover there, so thank you very much. 229. Then we're into people or property management. So who's dealing with that part?
Yes.
No, I used to do it.
Yeah.
Well, look, why don't we just go through it, and if we need staff request. Thanks, Tracy. Appreciate. Thank you.
We're trying to think of them now.
They're all coming now. So first one is 230, and that's the point I was making earlier about Madeline around the social housing working party. If we can just add that in there. Yes, sorry, Wendy.
She's got elderly housing. So are we doing social housing and elderly housing, or social housing?
Well, it's regarded as social. I think in brackets affordable. Well,
Yeah.
no, it's not affordable. What's the
No, it's
other
not.
the other term?
Just
But
the-
anyway, the working party is the appropriate place for it to be considered.
Yeah, it does.
Yep. But yes, we'll work on that. Perhaps work on that wording that's there in the recommendation. Okay, 231. It's communications now. 232.
It's very analytical rather than communications based. I just suggest that they make it a little bit more user friendly. This is under the
522,
yeah,
is it?
asking about them promoting. It's more about promotion than about the website as such. It's kind of it's actually about making sure we include places and quick links and things like that. So the answer really is talking about making our website better. But what they're actually asking is for us to promote community facilities more. So it's a promotions question.
Okay. We'll note that. Thank you, Councillor Barnett. 233. 234. It goes on to 235. You can stay there, Jeff, because these are yours. Finance and business support. Why don't we deal with the governance report while we're here? You okay with that? It's pretty straightforward, that one. Do you want to? That's 6.19333 to 335.
Yeah, basically, in short, because of the health reforms, it's gone into one entity. There's no election, and so we used to make $75,000 every 3 years comes as a reimbursement. So we're going to write that off over 3 years, $25,000 per year.
Cool. Thank you. Sorry, any questions? You're prepared to move, Councillor Atkinson, seconded, Councillor Barnett. Any discussion? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Contrary, carried. Do you want to deal with the carryovers now, Jeff? 6.2. You okay with that?
Yeah. Basically, there's a list of carryovers there that have been collated from the staff, and it makes a difference of 0.1%. You'd think it would be a lot higher, but not all of it is loan funded. A lot of it comes from subsidies from NZTA and other contributions that come in, DCs that fund the capital works. So that's why it's sitting at 0.1%. It actually drops the rates because you haven't got the loan sitting there that you're paying for on 1 July.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff. Any questions? Some are prepared to move the recommendation. Councillor Blakey, Councillor Bryan. Any discussion? All those in favour, aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So if we just go back to the white pages, or to our book, so we're at 236, 237. I wondered if we could mention in here, we talk about the Mahi Tahi, but we also have the Runanga Liaison Group as well. If we just add that into the wording. So we're at 238, 239. Yeah, so we can add that in there. Yep, really good. So let's put that in there, that we're going to have in the wording that we have requested a review of discretionary funding. Yeah.
Not that one, it's just prompted, there was a couple of people who submitted on the Heritage Fund. In the response to them, it would be good to add the what we've done.
Update it.
Yeah, yeah.
So Helene, can you pick that up? The Heritage. Yeah. So we just need to pick that up, what we've actually resolved today.
You won't mention the actual figures then, are we? Just that we've reviewed it.
We've added additional funding to it, and we're going to open the contestable fund for open the contestable fund. Sorry, that's it. Starting to find myself being contestable. Right, 240. Again, that Rangiora Ashley Community Board will just need to pick up what the council resolved there. 241. 242. 243. 244. We could actually update that wording there, because we have agreed on a time frame. It was post Three Waters review, but into next year we were talking about having that. So if we could just update that wording in the bottom there.
with all those, the resource that we've now put in, is that worth mentioning? That
So
council has resourced the Three Waters review to all
Yes.
these people that have
Yeah.
updated it as well?
Yep. That was Central Rural Drainage Advisory Group. So we picked up that point in there. Okay. So we're at 245 now. 246. Yes.
Just quickly, did anyone else, top of the page, notice the irony of a organisation that's $200 million in deficit telling us how to run our finances?
Yes. Yes. And we'll need to pick up the overall rates increases because they're different than what we've got in the reasons there. So, or in the recommendations back. So that's 247 is that answer. Yeah. Yeah, we've run out of them. Terrible. All right, let's just do a wash up. Make sure we've got everything dealt with. So 7, we've already considered the submissions. We don't need another recommendation or any further resolution because we've considered all those and amended them as needed. So I've got no questions under standing orders, no urgent general business. We've considered the matter with the public excluded. Just double check we have. We've already done that.
That was right at the start.
Did it start? Yes, sorry. Oh yes, that's probably right, actually. Okay, well let's, for the purposes of completeness, final resolution that the staff recommendations on submissions and recommended responses to submitters be confirmed except where otherwise amended. But we covered that at the start because that recommendation at the start actually covered that. Consider all public submissions received pro forma noting the decisions will be fine. Oh right, yes, we do need that. Yeah, that's fine because also it authorised the Mayor and Chief Executive to, let's just add that in. So I'm happy to move that staff recommendations on submissions and recommended responses to submitters be confirmed except where otherwise amended, and just for the purposes of completeness authorise the Mayor and Chief Executive to approve any editorial amendments and the final versions of the responses to submitters. Have I had someone be to second? Second, can I just, this has been a really good day. We've made really good progress and that is due to the fact of the work that our staff have put in, which has been extraordinary. There's been a huge amount of work going. Can I just acknowledge all our staff that have been involved in that? So if the Chief Executive could please pass our thanks on to all the staff that have been involved in this process, that would be appreciated. And also to all our governance staff that have supported us today. There's a number of there and as well the catering to make sure we're well looked after. That'll be a record actually getting through a long-term plan at this time, so thank you all for helping make that possible today because I think it's been held in really good spirit, so thank you. So I have pleasure in moving that. Do you wish to speak?
Just very quickly, I just want to reiterate, I've for some time had some concern around our meetings and times and what we've done, and I just want to remind people that you've just added 7 reports to what we've done today on top of the workload of our staff, and most of those are in the area in which we didn't re-resource. We did approve resources to Three Waters and also to the GCP, but that's not where we requested reports from. And I think we all need to be very aware of the workload of our staff and what is happening there. So I think we need to be really careful. We've also brought forward one project on top of that, which also adds to them, and we have. We've also the staff have also brought forward, under their recommendation, I might add, 3 projects, and we're travelling at 90% success rate at the moment of getting things done. I'm just really, really conscious, and through this process want to make it really aware that the reports that we're requesting, and I'm not saying that they're not necessary because we wouldn't request them if they were, but we really need to keep in mind about the workload of our staff and what reports in the future that we are requesting and what we're asking them to do, because they really are stretched as it is at the moment. And I include myself in that. I'm not talking about anyone in particular, I'm talking about collectively. But look, also to you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the chairing that you have done. It's been really good. You've pushed it through, and I think it's been well worthwhile, so thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Barnett? Thank you.
Just very quickly, I totally endorse the comments that Councillor Atkinson has made, but I also have utmost faith in our CE to bring to our attention if there is any need for additional staff resource. If we are, these matters are important. They came from our community, they came from submitters, so we need to listen, we need to answer, and if we don't have the answers today, we need to find them going forward over the next few years. We know everything can't be done overnight. We know there's a lot of pressure, but I would hope and trust that the great relationship we've got with staff and our Chief Executive, that they will be confident to bring anything back if they need additional resource to do things that our community has asked of us.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart?
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, I understand what Councillor Atkinson's saying, and also what Councillor Barnett is saying, and I'm aware that within Three Waters, there's two managers that are whose jobs haven't been filled, and in fact that in itself puts pressure on others. But I mean, we have gone out with one of the lowest, if not the lowest, rate increases in the country. And I question, and while that's wonderful, and we can tell our residents that, but in fact, I think we make a rod for our back in the sense that there are projects out there that we don't come up to speed with, and in the environmental space and biodiversity space, we are behind the 8 ball. And I am well aware that we've got, very scant numbers of staff in there that are enormously pressed and feel reluctant to come and say that the workload is huge and we've got to do this, and that. And there's a point where, in fact, it works against the health and well-being of this community. And when I'm talking about health and well-being of community, I'm talking about the holistic look at the environment, the built-scape, and the people that are there. So I don't want to really have the, I guess, be in the position of being the lowest in New Zealand for a rate rise, because I just don't think that is sustainable at all, and there is valid and good work that needs to be done, and we are cutting our community short by not understanding that, and as I say, particularly in the environmental space. So I would like to see myself that there is another % or more, and the door is open for me to see that we, in fact, next time round in the annual plan, that we do address some of these projects that we have voluntarily curtailed. And we understand why we've done that, but to my mind, that is short term, and we shouldn't get seduced by going out there and being the lowest, because in fact it means that we do not really deliver to the wider health and well-being of this community. And I just want to say that at the end of this, which has been an excellent exercise today, and I do compliment the staff on it's flowed well, the chairmanship's been good, and as you say, Mr. Mayor, the collegiality around the table's been excellent, so well done. But I don't want to hold the banner up for continuing to be the lowest rate rise in New Zealand, because I don't think that delivers to our community. Thank you.
Okay. Any further speakers? Just in right of reply briefly, there's going to be a workshop in June with staff, and that's where we will have an opportunity to have a very frank discussion around our workload, and the staff's workload at Versa and elected members in that space. And look, we're not in a position where we can deliver absolutely everything. Councillor Atkinson's right, we have requested reports, but it's in putting things into process actually. So whilst there are reports requested, I would hope, Jim, that the team don't take that as an immediate request. That's something to be worked on over time. It's not something that has to be done now. They're a matter to be put into the work stream for consideration, and our matters, as Councillor Barnett rightly observed, have come from our community. I don't share the view that we add an extra 1%, but we do have to be mindful of the pressures that our staff are under and our organisations under, and that comes to us managing the workload. But also bear in mind that we have a community that's also hurting. I don't want to go out there crowing that we've got the lowest rate increase by any stretch of the imagination, but to show that we have demonstrated prudence to our community, because that is something that they do appreciate that we're doing, unlike colleagues down the road that frankly haven't. And I don't want to be in that situation ever here. So yes, we've added some more. We're up to what, 4.3 now, but we've added in the things that we felt are needed at this time. But it's always a rebalancing every time, and we'll be into, just as soon as we finish the long-term plan, we're into consideration of the annual plan. So it's it starts again, doesn't it, team? So, but there's a lot of work to be done from now within the organisation of getting the responses sorted and getting those out. So to all the staff that are taking their part in that, thank you for the work that you'll be doing. But again, appreciate the work, colleagues. It's been a good day and a good lead up to this exercise. I think it's probably one of the best I've been involved in my time here at council, so thank you. All right, with that, sorry, did you want to add something, Jim?
Just one thing on the resources. I've been warming the organisation up to a conversation around that. Basically, we've got 250 days, all of us, to work for you and the community. The critical thing is that we know what's an A, B and a C job with those 250 days linked to council priorities. So I've got some ideas of how we can do that, because it's that. And it's being realistic, because if we can't just keep loading up, we get to a point where we'll burn people out. So it's finding that sweet spot where we know what the important jobs are and the other ones, and it may be we never get to the C jobs for 3 years, or so be it. But if we don't have some sense of what that looks like, then it's going to be hard for us to be honest with you about resourcing. But most people will come into my office and say, I need more resource, but they can't really tell me why and how many hours they're spending on different things. So as to say, I've started this conversation at a high level. I'm wanting people through this next round of the PDP thing, just taking the current format, to tell me what their priorities are, and then we'll match it from there. So, we are aware of that. There's a risk, and we've also got the uncertainty of these reforms, and we don't want to lose key staff. So there's two other things that I'd like to, well, not like to, we're going to get done this next few months is critical talent. Who are they? And what do we need to do to develop them and keep them? And for key positions, or all positions really, what's our succession plan look like? So, because if we don't grow some within and do that consciously, we're just going to poach, and and that's not really sustainable, because all you're doing is jacking up salaries and you're not growing the pool. So those conversations have already started with the executive team, and with some of my meeting the various groups, I've in a wee online video, I've started introducing some of this at a very high level.
All right, everyone. Well, let's, with that, our next meeting's to be held 2:30 on Tuesday, for this, it's actually Tuesday we next meet, but on the 22nd of June for the purpose of adopting the long-term plan. Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening. Happy birthday again, Kirsten. Hope you enjoy that time with your family. Declare the meeting closed.